Good evening, everybody. I know it's unusual for me, but I'm actually here on time. Or something approximating on time. I realize I'm still at 15, 20 minutes past where I normally want to be. But it's been a bit of a funny week this week for the simple reason that for part of it, I'm supposed to be on a course. Um, it's an on-demand course, so it's the sort of thing that I can do at home. Um, but I've got a coworker I really love working next to, and he has unintentionally become my chief of staff now because apparently a bunch of people came by my desk looking for me, and then there were a couple of things related to some travel expenses that I had, and then some sort of surprises in terms of work. I don't think anybody sat down and said, "Absolutely, you must be here." The fate of the nation relies on your presence. Um, but it is just one of these cases where when you, especially for things where it's like, okay, you know what, I didn't fill out something properly. Somebody might have to make a special, trip in to deal with that. My view on that is sort of, I'm the one who made the mistake. I'm the one who should be coming in on his own time. But what that translates into, even when I commit to saying like, okay, I'm coming in, I'm going to fix this thing here, or I'm going to do this little thing, but like I'm going straight home, inevitably there's going to be another thing that comes up. So, I've generally been okay at eventually getting back home, which has meant that on occasion I'm able to get back in. But unfortunately, it means that I haven't made a whole lot of progress on my course, which, again, is fine. Like, I think in the end, that's going to translate into, the work that I did this week will be something that I don't, have to do next week. And maybe then I can sort of make up some of the time. But it just winds up being a little bit of a an uncertain situation. So I suspect probably I'm going to have a little more trouble starting on time in the coming, like up next week, Mondays and Fridays stream. Just a reminder, next Wednesday is the third Wednesday of the month. I still haven't gotten certainty in terms of whether or not there's anything happen. There's nothing official for the local game dev meetup, but I do want to see if there's something that can happen. If nothing else, I'll take advantage of the day and catch up on a few things. But yeah, I've actually been looking forward to this because we're doing a slightly different Salon this time around. Oh, sorry. Looks like something's changed in the background. Let me just make sure everything's good. Okay, yep, we're fine. But yeah, so we are inviting the attendees. So Margot Matutine was somebody who wanted Sky food and drink. In fact, let me just change my notes for that because I don't believe I wrote her down. Mal, how are you doing? Traveling at Night, that's Christopher Lopoli's book, right? Yeah, I know. You don't need to order me to read the Weather Factory blog. I am aware that Game 3 is a CRPG. Um, for those of you that didn't know, so they did announce what the third game's going to be, and it's actually going to be a specific character this time around, which I'm particularly interested in because in my YouTube playthrough, we're actually doing the Spencer Hobson event, so the third game will actually involve Hobson's continuing story. It's something I'm going to talk about later because there's actually a couple of viewers who I think will be particularly happy to hear about this event. But one of the things that I find quite funny about the announcement of a new Weather Factory game is some of the things that make this a particularly interesting story so far as the continuation of the history, or the sort of, how do I put this? The setting of the secret histories might be better, because there's clearly 5 histories. But one of the things that kind of caught my attention here is the so House of Light, if you read the description of it, describes a later period than Book of Hours. So Book of Hours starts in one period, but House of Light quite notably takes place a bit later. And I mean, to me, it's clear why. I mean, this is stuff that's at least been building up since Exile, and it's, I only say since Exile because it's possible that maybe some of these details are things that I simply didn't notice in base Cultist Simulator. It has been a while since I've done something really dedicated to that. But what's funny is I've only ever really gotten a few little glimpses based on these salons. Like, none of the Lighthouse Institute material or a lot of the sort of follow-on is it's all stuff that I'm still working out. It's all stuff that I still need to experience inside the game, because I do play relatively slowly. So there's some interest, like, it's interesting in its own right for that, but I do find it kind of interesting that a lot of the things that I think are most exciting about some of the hints that they've given in terms of the game wind up being, like, they're ones that I'm not, how'd I put it? They're ones that I'm not quite as attuned to, because that intermediate period, sort of concerning the foundation of the Lighthouse Institute, is something that I'm a bit less, it's something that, I don't know, like right now I'm a bit in the dark about. Not complete, like I have some ideas, but, and then there's, I think there was some mystery. I think they asked, like, who is this person on the cover? So I'm thinking of the woman with sort of the streak of white hair. I think that's Nina Lagasse. Actually, I think it's confirmed at this point that that's Nina Lagasse. But yeah, it's the setting by far is the most interesting. But yeah, there's a couple of people in particular who I'm interested in what they're going to think about the announcement. The other thing that I kind of wanted to mention about the third game and the fact that it's a CRPG is it one of the catalysts for it seems to be Disco Elysium, and sort of this is actually always an exciting thing when it happens. I think to a certain extent Cultist Simulator is responsible for this kind of response as well, where you will play a game and it sort of opens up the idea of what a game can be. Another example that I'd actually like to use for this would be SimCity. So, Maxis is I think a really great game developer. I think Will Wright is a particularly talented individual. And I realize that there have been some stumbles over his career. But I think as a whole, this is somebody that probably people should be taking, more insight from, rather than taking, a look at, like, so here's the thing for me, right? I realize that Spore is not considered a massively successful game, but on the other hand, like, if you take a look at the number of people who are playing Spore today, like, I wish I could fail like that. I sort of understand that it's not, it's maybe not what people were expecting, or maybe even what they'd sort of initially promised based on the original game. But that was a massively ambitious project anyway, and I think it's probably a good example of sort of the Sid Meier rule of, have one clear game, or one great game is, or sorry, maybe, what was it? One good game is better than 2 great games. I think, sorry, it's the covert action rule is what I'm thinking of. If you listen to designer notes, you'll know what I'm talking about. But anyways, like stuff like SimCity, The Sims, I think Deus Ex to a certain extent maybe counts like this for some people. Cultist Simulator for sure. and Disco Elysium. There are others, right? But I think there are some games where really like people. Oh, Planescape Torment probably would be another one. I think they're these games where like somebody plays them and just their idea of what is possible, just completely opens up. And that's very exciting because in some cases those can be situations where people who may not have been successful game designers, or not even successful, not even good, right? That there's a dominant paradigm that exists and they don't really feel like they have a place inside of it, or at the very least, if they do it, it's not very original or interesting. But then something draws their attention to another possibility, and that winds up being the thing that they're very successful at. I relate to this, of course, because I think there are jobs that I've been in that I would be, average, maybe at best slightly above average. Clearly, I can grow as a person, I can develop more skills, but even within a short period of time, I can go from being, okay to, my God, we're so lucky to have this guy on the team. And, sometimes that's just a question of being aware of your capabilities. It's actually, I was talking, I obviously won't say who it is, but I was talking with somebody who I thought had worked for a reasonably large game developer, and it actually had turned out that they were, that they had been laid off for a few months. I obviously felt terrible for them because clearly I'm going to be talking to them about game development, and they're probably not going to be feeling like a gift to the discipline. But I did kind of get to tell them a little bit about some of my own background and how I navigated between some vastly different scenarios. I'm not entirely sure I came across as clearly as I wanted to on a couple of these things, but sorry, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. You can have a particular skill set or a particular frame of mind which works very, very well in a discipline, but having those skills does not necessarily make you aware of the places where you could be well assigned. Like I'll give you an example of this. Like I have been shocked in almost every single job that I have worked at how a set of things that I consider to be like table stakes, like this is just doing the job. This isn't even close to like what I think the hard stuff is. I've been shocked at the number of times that winds up being the most valuable stuff that people do. And it's honestly kind of like the role-playing game kind of mentality, right? Like, how there are some role-playing games where you'll like roll the dice and you'll roll the dice and like you get a certain stats, and so each individual character is not necessarily going to be equal in terms of the number of attribute points that they get, but they're over time, over an infinite number of characters, obviously it all sort of balances out. They'll follow a rather predictable distribution. And then I'd even go so far as to say that these may be the majority of role-playing systems that like assign points, and you have to allocate them, and so effectively every character is equal. And I've actually, the better DMs that I know have always been annoyed by that system because it doesn't reflect life and it just doesn't seem as interesting. But whatever. In any case, what I want to, this is a really, really meandering way of making this point, but yeah, I mean, like, to me, I realize the mistake that I'm making. I am confusing something that is hard for me to do with valuable. And it partly just comes from this idea that I'm not particularly special, that I sort of think that most people can do the things that I do, that I'm not sort of this unique talent at a certain set of things. I'm not going to deny myself, you know, any specializations or capabilities. Like obviously I have an education and I have a few things going for me, but in general I don't think they're the sort of like world shaping genius or whatever. I don't think that it's something that's I don't think it's something that would be a major differentiator, right? Like it's, you know, I've been willing to put in the time to do this as opposed to, you know, nobody could do this but me, is my general thinking on these sorts of things. So all of that to say, you know, you can absolutely find yourself in a situation where you are matched to, in fact, this can happen a lot with people, where you find yourself matched to something that's maybe not suitable for your skills. And it can even lead to these situations where you just don't think you're very good at things. And that can often mean that you are simply in an environment that is not conducive to your talents. And in fact, you may actually have something very valuable to contribute. And what's required is just sort of that discernment to sort of understand, hey, here's this thing that suits me better. It's one of the reasons why I sometimes get a little annoyed with this idea of like really early specialization for people, because sometimes you can only figure that stuff out by messing around. So in any case, I'm talking about more sort of life and job stuff where this is about role-playing games. But I think a really good example of this sort of thing would be, you know, you see SimCity and you realize, my God, I didn't realize this counts as a game. This is great. Or you play, you know, Disco Elysium and you're like, I didn't think CRPGs could do this, right? And those are always, to me, some of the most exciting places because, again, that's where people, instead of making another, you know, pixel platformer about a melancholy protagonist going through, you know, a dark and gloomy environment, instead they say, hey, you know, I can tell a story with cards, or I can make something about building a city or trying to organize a bunch of people, or I can make a dollhouse, or these sorts of things. And there's just so much, there's a lot that you can do with these that are not directly related, right? So to a certain extent, some of the things that I find really appealing about RimWorld are the things I find appealing about The Sims. So, but I don't know how many people would draw that through line between the two. So all of that to say, it's nice to actually see Disco Elysium as sort of a bit of an inspiration in terms of what can be done with CRPGs and inspiring Weather Factory's own efforts. But the one thing I do actually want to say is that Weather Factory, actually specifically Alexis Kennedy, the sort of creative lead or director or co-founder of Weather Factory, I can never remember the proper titles for everyone involved with the game here. But it was actually... his Twitter account was the one that made me sort of aware of Disco Elysium. I first sort of found out about Disco Elysium as it being this very buzzy game that seemed to have been demoed at Gamescom. And I didn't really know a whole lot about it. I just knew that there were a lot of people who, you know, whose games I liked seemed very excited by this game. And then I found out it was sort of published by Humble. And yeah, no, it's fine, Mo. I mean, this is the thing. I really like changing topics isn't a problem. It is. I definitely do not like it when I am commanded in chat. It's just one of these things where, I don't know. It's always been off-putting, and I understand people are excited about traveling at night. But the thing is that like, especially when it's something I'm already familiar with. It's one of these things sometimes where I'm sort of like, okay, obviously I'm going to talk about this, but why do I not get to decide the pace in which I bring these things up? That's the only thing that was off-putting about it, but we don't need to dwell on it. It's just, I tend to find if I don't express a boundary or displeasure at a particular tone, all that's going to happen is it's going to keep being repeated. So it's one of these things where I voice it, but I don't necessarily feel the need to dwell on it. So in any case, it's actually taken. I still haven't played Disco Elysium all the way to completion, but I think Disco Elysium was actually in the same cohort that Cultist Simulator was in. Humble actually came out really, really strong with its original publishing group. I think that was prior to them being acquired by IGN. I definitely don't really... It's not what it used to be. And I think they may be another... I noticed that my partner dashboard has gone away. So they may be another company which is like not paying me out again, which I'm getting really fed up with as a content creator. But I do need to email them about that before, you know, I say anything hard. But I have noticed that my ability to do certain things, like I can generate partner links, but I cannot actually see my partner dashboard anymore, and I'm a little concerned about that. So, but in any case, all that I really wanted to say was what's very funny about this is to sort of see this almost circular influence in terms of the games, in the sense that you know, I probably wouldn't have... I mean, I'm sure at some point, because it was a buzzy game, like, I would have found out about Disco Elysium eventually, but I definitely got a really early warning on Disco Elysium, which I apparently did absolutely nothing with, specifically because of this developer. And of course now it's translated into a game I think a lot of people are looking forward to in a similar style, like not... it's obviously not the exact same, but definitely something clearly inspired by. In any case, let's carry on with the Salon. So we've got a couple of things to do. I did confirm that Margot Matutine will in fact eat something that's not a person. But I do need to prepare the changes and all of that. So I did want to sort of have a little bit of runway before we started the Salon, but I do also want to make some progress. So we will unpause. I don't believe we have any... I think the current one that we're working on, The Affair of the Unfinished Lark, is the only one for follow-up for us. I'm a little curious if I don't do further stories. I am actually kind of curious in terms of how... Oh, that's neat. Just found some more hotkeys. But yeah, the... what was I going to say? I'm kind of curious how many more further stories I'm going to get into. Because, again, to a certain extent, doing the Salons, doing the... further stories are how I find out about the House of Light content. But on the other hand, I do also want to found the Institute and move on. On the other hand, it does seem that some of my candidates have incompatible goals, so that'll be another interesting challenge. All right, make a scrambled egg, a dish with grail, heart, scale, and sky. I hope I haven't bungled the Salon too much. Okay, so first of all, I need to find a home for this. Oh dear. Okay. It's gonna put as much. I'm gonna need to fit a dessert here as well, so. I may switch this around so that I put the drinks in the middle, but let's see where this all goes. So I don't think I need to worry about the whist going away. I think we want to restore the Arab. Okay, a pear meringue. We'll be reading these before we do the Salon, so I won't worry about that yet. All right, so we don't have the space here, but I'm thinking maybe... This is obviously a big one. Actually, you know what? There's no way. Like, I'm sure I can try and mess around a little bit with the placement, but this just strikes me as a royal pain in the neck. And it's, well, can at least fit a couple. I'll just need to remember for when we line everything up. Okay, we're making money at the Sweet Bones. I'll restore the Arab in just a minute. All right, Aaron Peel is here. So just a reminder about the Salon. What we were doing here was inviting basically the elite and Douglas, which sounds a lot meaner to the weary detective than I actually feel. But the idea here was to try and get as many people with a seven aspect in the Salon, and then we know Douglas and Aaron Peel had an encounter, like a follow-up. So I wanted to see where that goes. Did Aladim receive my invitation? He did indeed. So we're gonna wait a minute anyway. I think I also said I was gonna wait till lunch to see if I could get an extra memory, but I'm gonna save before that just so that I can be clear in terms of exactly how that works. But for now, I think we just sit and wait. The only thing I would really want to work with would be the whist. But at this point here, I have two options in terms of gaining sort of gaining an advantage on the Salon. We either well, first of all, we just run it by and see what we can add, and then if we run out, then plan B is to commit stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms. Hence the need to collect the Arab just in case. Although the likelihood, I'll say at the 10-second mark, we'll maybe consider running in. So right now it's considered midday. Before the Great Division, this was the 6th hour when the priests led hymns to the sun in splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. So... Okay, so let's go... I'm going to read the description here and then just see what the result is when I start lunch as opposed to something later. So we're inviting Mademoiselle Margot Matutine, socialite, yachtswoman, and under the name Morgan, an Alucite, Elysian. The former means, among other things, that she eats people. The latter means, among other things, that she is not to be taken lightly. Dr. Aaron Peel, exile, riddlemonger, thunderskin devotee, I'd rather say confidant. Impeccably dressed, but always in dark clothing so the stains don't show. Dark the dressings, too, at his ankles and his wrists. I won't take a seat. It's kind of you to offer. It would be unkind of me to accept. D.I. Douglas Moore, Detective Illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. Miss Azita Bukhara, businesswoman, chessmaster, initiate of the scarred hour, sometimes called the Colonel. And Dr. Ibn Aladim, the Alapine, historian, doctor, and above all, traveler. The good doctor has been associated with all but one of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. He was even secretary nunciant of Hush House for a little while, but he has never been on good terms with the Suppression Bureau. And they will be enjoying. Scrambled egg with bacon. Scrambled eggs were the breakfast of empire. In these less hegemonic times, empire is optional, as is bacon. A stuffed golden marrow. This marrow was accounted a beauty among its kind. Now it's a dish for those who understand fidelity. Pickled pilchards, an acquired and unforgettable taste. Marinated roast beef, but since we have learnt from all vapouring France to eat their ragouts as well as to dance, we're fed up with nothing but vain complaisance. Oh, the roast beef of Old England and Old English roast beef. Henry Fielding, The Grub Street Opera. And baked pear meringue. Harvey Haddington, during his convalescence at the house, became obsessed with meringuing techniques. He was known to sneak down to the kitchens and interfere with the cooks in pursuit of his ideal. And for beverages they will be enjoying, TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa. TRN Spices and Savors Department markets this as the secret sacrament of the last Inca. Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam, tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. Blue Crown Tea, always served cold, more accurate to say inevitably served cold. Dawn Lion Coffee, coffee from beyond the Great Deserts. And Eigengrau, if Grey Dawn oil were drinkable. My guests take their places for lunch. So if it gives an indicator of an extra sort of run, I'll move ahead. If it doesn't, I'm going to wait. There we go, yeah. Lunch and supper last longer than less formal salons, allowing an extra interaction between your guests, plus time remaining. And better now. So what I'm going to do here, we'll restore the whist, and then we'll use that to make some money. Ask about dreams. Add a FET card. Azita and Aladim discussed the varieties of messenger birds and courier spirits that they have employed across the centuries of their acquaintance. Inject a little gaiety. Azita and Douglas speculate as to the current location and disposition of Teresa Galmier, who has twice been mortal and twice grown long. Say something witty. Morgan teases Azita with references to Medusa's lament, which purports to describe the death of the god from stone. Sorry, let's try that again. Morgan teases Azita with references to Medusa's lament, which purports to describe the death of the god from stone 7 coils at the hands of the colonel, Azita's patron. Raise a complex question. Aladim is chafing Arun about the fading potency of your venoms. Aaron is clearly subsiding into a sulk. Spice up the conversation. Add an Arab card. So clearly I didn't need to keep so many elements of the soul set aside, but we didn't necessarily know that at the time. Aaron and Azita speak of the Traguleri, the dartsmen who once used exotic poisons to hunt immortals. Aaron expresses distaste for the colonel's part of the Tragulerai's creation, but Azita is unabashed. Good exercise. Honestly, I miss him. Arun flatly refuses to believe her. Ask about dreams. Let's getting a little crowded, so I'm trying to be careful in terms of what I add. We're sort of at the point now where we don't need to worry about having a disappointed Salon, but of course we still need to put the effort in, on top of just finding out about what's going on, of course. Douglas is investigating attacks, but what he suspects might be edge names known as the Many-Winged. He asks Azita for a rundown on their nature and their likely moves. She complies, although she repeatedly insists that these Many-Winged must be in the service of the Lionsmith, not the Colonel. A lively meal concludes. My guests leave happy. You've gained an additional potent memory. So this will be a good batch of lessons for me to walk away with. It will take me a little while to fit them in the overall plan, but let's see. That's unexpected. I forget what was supposed to be in here originally. Okay, so I've got the Earthquake name, Occult Scrap, Enduring... Curious Hunch, maybe? Oh, right, sorry, it replaced the Curious Hunch, that's why. Okay, so Aaron Peel is leaving, embarking. This visitor is eager to be on their way and won't usually tarry for conversation. Okay, so, let's take a minute here and figure out what some of my options here. So for Auroral Contemplations, that should be Lantern and Edge. So Sacra Solis and Victi, actually that one needs quite a bit. So both Sacra Solis and Victi and Purifications and Exaltations can use... In fact, Purifications and Exaltations needs 2 lessons. So let's just put those 2 together. So... Now, Sky Stories should be pretty straightforward. We don't have that many things that require Sky. I suppose I should take a look and see if there's anything that needs Rose, but I don't think there is anymore. Yeah. So we've got some Sky and Forge, we've got some Sky and Scale. There's actually quite a few options, quite a few more options for that than I was thinking, so I'm going to leave that aside. Serpents and Venoms. Now, I think I was a little premature with this one. Because we used to need it, but the funny thing is I don't... Oh, no, sorry, we haven't done Serpents and Venoms yet. Okay, so yeah, Serpents and Venoms definitely gets its own thing. I guess it was Horns and Ivories was the one I was thinking of here, but we can put Horns and Ivories towards Serpents and Venoms as well. So... Now, the Sharps is the... Well, no, Sharps isn't a tricky one either. We just use that for... We just use that with Serpents and Venoms. So the last question is Sky Stories. So for Purifications and Exaltations, that's already on its way up. So I suppose the last question here would be, do I do Sacra Solis and Victi? Do I do Anbury and Lapidary? Do I do Furs and Feathers? I think I'm going to... I may regret this, but I think I'm going to prioritize... I was actually originally going to say Anbury and Lapidary, But I think I'm actually going to put it to Sacra Solis Invicti. And the reason for that is I don't have anything else that will take forge lessons, and so I'm trying to keep the number of aspects that I can sort of work with. I think I miscounted on Serpents and Venoms. So I need that at 8, and I've already got 2. Shucks. Okay. That's fine. Let's think about scale. Yeah, so furs and feathers can get the scale. I don't have anything else to do with the edge, so this is basically an example in terms of what I want to do with Sky Stories. I haven't placed the Ragged Crossroads because I don't have anything that needs winter and I don't have anything that needs edge. And so in this case here, I only have a handful of things. Actually, I only have one thing that'll need moon, and I'm about to exhaust that. So again, that's fine. I mean, we want to get that to level 8, but obviously moving forward, I'm going to have some difficulty. I'm going to have some difficulty assigning the various lessons. And again, this is all stuff that'll work itself out. But if I can be a little more thoughtful in terms of how I assign these different things, it'll just mean my life gets a bit easier down the road. Now, I can dedicate some elements of the soul to reading, but I think the more sensible thing would be to try and take advantage of the fact that I've got the Confounding Parable, Satisfaction, and the Sunny Day. So at least 2 of these are sky-oriented, and if I'm going to be putting points into Sacra Solis Invicti, I believe that's only at level 2 right now. So we'll take that, we'll add the Sunny Day, we'll add the Confounding Parable, we add the Faust for the effort, and then finally we add, I believe it was Sky Stories I was going to apply here. So I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. And what we'll do for tomorrow, basically it's going to be digesting all of these lessons. I'm not expecting catastrophe. Actually, one thing I could do would be to... which of these do I want? I think I'll read 3 rules. I'll get a Newman, just so I can save myself the trouble of generating it tomorrow. Right, and this should be in the red pile. But yeah, so I don't need to worry about the Salon for the rest of the season. This is purely going to be working on my memories. Or, sorry, my skills, rather. And I think tomorrow, a useful ambition would be to level up Serpents and Venoms. Actually, you know what? The funny thing is, I can actually read the stuff for Serpents and Venoms tonight, because I'm going to lose the Elements of the Soul anyway. So let's get that out of the way. So probably the best bet here is anything moon and scale, and we'll... so this is Stolen Secrets. I think we're on to Locksmith Stream. Actually, what we'll do, I'm going to put the Locksmith Stream books together. What on earth was I thinking? Because this is Revelations. Oh, I'm mad at myself. I think it's 1 and 5, but... All right, so we have 3 of the required. Okay, up to 5 now. Okay. I can't remember the order I'd done these in. I think we're on to the Republic of Tea. So yeah, the idea here is that we get these first thing tomorrow, and we should be able to level them up. And I'm of course down elements of the soul for the morning, but this was we're never going to have these in my or I was going to use them up reading them in the first place, so it's not like I'm missing too much. Oh crap! We got through this faster than I thought. Oh no, sorry. This is the Newman. The 3 and the 3, the St. Giavi manuscript. This book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. Of all the extant versions, this one is has best survived the interventions of the Calyptra. Certain knowledge cannot be learnt by any entity below the rank of No outside the covenant of the Watchman's Tree. The enforcement of this rule is Calyptra. The 3 who enforced it are Calyptra also. It is said that Janus elects Calyptra, that the Chancel is the judgment of Janus, and that Janus is the wound in the law. The Watchman's Tree is a compromise. If Calyptra could end it, they would. If the Watchman could end Calyptra, he might. Between their planes conflicting, sparks illuminate the angles of unmade law. Newman, 3 rules. The hours are bound by their own edicts, even the Chancel and the Calyptra. That's why their deepest rules are secret. In certain histories, if we know these deepest rules, we know what even the Chancel and the Calyptra may not do. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the revolutionary can win a particular victory. Alright, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So before I do too much for the day, we're going to bring in... use the whist. We're going to bring in Mr. Kill for a conversation. And at some point I am going to open the remaining caches, but obviously I'm going to work with my memories first. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to make anything of this satisfaction, but I'm always happy to have it. And Oriflamme's established 1776, Sense, Science, Sciences. Dear Librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase 5 creations. The itinerant scholar Shohei debated 5 possible origins for humanity with a hooded figure since claimed to be the beach crow. Shohei later claimed that all these accounts had proven false, but the debate was nevertheless recorded. So, expensive book, but we've certainly got no shortage of cash. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. And where do we go? Yeah, we wait for the books to finish at this case. It doesn't make sense to open a cache because we're about to level up at least one of the Serpents and Venoms. The Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mansus through the opening of his body. Estieni, thank you very much for the host. I know you were playing Book of Hours tonight, and I was at work from home, finally, so I was actually here for you to host. Welcome, everybody, from Estieni's channel. I may be pronouncing this wrong still, but I don't think this game requires any introduction. I'm System Chalk. I have been playing this game since its beta, and I have been with the Secret Histories since not the very first prototype, but the first Unity prototype. Still haven't gotten tired of it. Hello, Ali Coco. Thank you very much for announcing the raid. I do actually appreciate, I know, especially when it's a larger amount than my usual audience, people usually sign up for one broadcaster, and the fact that they were willing to host someone does not necessarily mean it's any indication that this is something that you're particularly going to enjoy. But I do appreciate you all coming by and showing that support to Estieni, because obviously the, like this game, for myself, I like to try and host people who are playing this game simply because on the margin, it really does help people who may or may not be deciding to do it again. If there's a nice audience that comes by or they find the support, it does help out. So I do appreciate all of you sticking around and making your presence known, even if our time together is limited. Because like I said, I know I'm not for everybody. For those of you who are familiar with this game, and for those of you who are not, feel free to speak up, because I am happy to go into some more detail. But I know people who play Book of Hours or are familiar with it are sometimes interested in some of the details. So we are doing the Silverbound Journal. This is the Magnate. In fact, we might as well read it for the benefit of everyone. The Silverbound Journal. I was rich, something was missing. I am no longer rich, and still something is missing. Hush House is a place of conclusions, and here as librarian I may find mine. The Magnate came to the house to conclude a history where they will find peace, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Hushery wisdom. Memories the Magnate. I've lived too long, but I'm not ready to die. I've tasted everything, and it wasn't enough. Give me silence, give me peace, give me the peace of snow. We have one more room left, so I sort of had a deliberate way in which I approached the house this time. I wanted to keep the 3 vaults for the very end. So here I've got 2 more caches to open. We already have everything that we need to level up Reverend Timothy for the final vault here, and we actually just finished what I'm calling the Deluxe Salon plus Douglas. So what I wanted to do with that was put together a group of the 7 aspect invitees, but because Aaron and Douglas had sort of an existing connection, I wanted to make sure that Detective Illuminate Moore was part of the group as well. That definitely sounds meaner to D.I. Moore than I necessarily intend, but what can I say? He's not, I'm not bringing him for his elite insights into the nature of the hours. Now, I'm curious among some of you, did any of you get a chance to see the AMA today? There was, Weather Factory did an AMA. I did have a suspicion when they were talking about Game 3 that the AMA was going to be because they had announced it, and sure enough, that did happen. But for those of you who don't know, Weather Factory, I believe yesterday, announced their 3rd game. They had announced that they were working on a 3rd game and had dropped some hints. But the 3rd game is a CRPG, so a little bit more traditional than what this developer has normally done. It'll be something a little bit more in the Disco Elysium mode, and you will be playing Spencer Hobson, who, for all we really know about him, is that he was host to Worms. But, I was talking about this earlier, actually, which was I first became aware of Disco Elysium as this, very buzzy RPG coming out of a game development conference called Gamescom. Gamescom or Gamescon? I think it's Gamescom. And basically a bunch of people who I'm really interested in as game developers were raving about this thing. And it turns out that it was actually published by Humble Bundle, it was in the cohort that also published Cultist Simulator. So that was kind of interesting. It's the only reason I knew about the existence of that game. But the funny thing is, I actually haven't played it all the way through. I've seen Oswin Meow stream it, which I really enjoyed, but I've not actually played the full game myself. Although I know all of the features that make it such an appealing game. It is not for a dislike of it at all. By the way, I do apologize talking about Oswin Meow, but I haven't shouted out Estienne, who kindly hosted me. I think most of you figured out that. They play Book of Hours, although I have seen you're doing Planet Coaster recently, weren't you? I know you don't mainline Book of Hours like I do, but in any case, another broadcaster and actually streams a little bit before I do. So for those of you who are looking for some more Book of Hours content and related, you can check them out. But yeah, in any case, it's really fun to sort of see this circular influence. So I was very pleased to see that. And then I don't recall if this is confirmed or not, but I think at least the woman on the cover for Traveling at Night is Nina Lagasse, the painter referred to in Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, Volume 2. So something I'm looking forward to, although obviously one of the things that's nice about Weather Factory is that this came up in the AMA actually, is that they feel that it is a mistake for independent developers to sort of hide their game for too long, that as far as they're concerned, it is an advantage that they can talk about projects very early and gauge people's reaction to it. So I think the estimate for Traveling at Night right now is 2 to 4 years. And obviously anything that has been discussed is open to change. And I think this is important to remember because there's a story about Sunless Sea, which I only ever played after it sort of Fail Better Games had been established as a company. But apparently the combat for Sunless Sea was turn-based originally, and there were a bunch of people who basically felt that the game was ruined by introducing the real-time combat. And I mean, again, like, Sunless Sea is a successful game, but there's probably going to be like a handful of people who just like cannot get over the fact that it doesn't have this turn-based system. And it was, clearly the right decision for the game. I mean, nobody talks about the great combat for Sunless Sea, but clearly that game was successful. And I'm not entirely sure that keeping something that wasn't working would have produced a better game, let's say. But yeah, the thing here is that there was, because of early access, because a group of people had gotten accustomed to a certain feature, there's, you've betrayed the fans, we don't like this. That actually almost happened with Darkest Dungeon as well, with the introduction of corpses. So yeah, it's always a little tricky to talk about. The early stuff for Traveling at Night, because obviously 2 to 4 years is a long time, and I think they're an admirable developer precisely because they are willing to make the unpopular choices or to do something that people think is insane, and they don't just do that as a shot in the dark. There is intention behind it, but obviously if people get too committed to a particular idea, that also can potentially set them up for disappointment down the road. So obviously I'm looking forward to it, but I'm certainly not I'm not too dedicated to speculation ahead of time either. Anyways, for those of you who are still here, we do actually occasionally play the game, but obviously an exciting time. Zerog, good to see you, and 3 emotes this time. Let me see who those are from. Very cool. Thank you very much for stopping by. I'm assuming you also saw the big news and that you saw the AMA. I got a couple of the answers that I was looking for, and there were a couple of influences, actually, that I was interested in that they talked about. But the Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mansus through the opening of his body. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and knock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life in memory of he who bled for the wood, but the marginalia claim that the Mother of Ants no longer permits use of this rite. The Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The parallels in mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Surprisingly mordant and even funny, no one has ever quite explained why Galmier devoted herself to the chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. Time and again we hear of the wood which rises from the world's foundation. All trees reach for light. What does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. Alright, so that was one of the Revelation texts. I was scared that might happen. You know what? I'm just going to take a look at my spreadsheet here. I'm not clear on what the remnant in Spencer Hobson is, but I believe you are playing. I believe you are playing what remains of Spencer Hobson after being infested by the worms. I suspect that the worms are not present, or at the very least, they are not dangerous. But I'm inclined to think that they're not there, but something has remained to basically account for the knock side of things. Oh, nice. Here, let me do the. One thing that did disappoint me a little bit, and I want to be kind of careful in talking about this because I realize this is a sensitive subject for people, but I know some people expressed disappointment that there was like a named character, and sort of were quite insistent that there should be sort of a non-binary option. And I guess the thing that made me feel a little bad about it is that I don't think anybody has closed that as an option. There seemed to be just a lot of, don't remove this, or I can't play the game, or something like that. And I like the thing for me, the reason why I'm highlighting that is simply because it seems to me that this idea of Hobson being hollowed out by worms sort of leads to this kind of Cypher-like character that has been traditional for some of the other games as well. So I want to be sensitive to people's wish for that to be in a game. Obviously, that's a feature that I think people find appealing about these other two, where you have, you can be whatever you want in this. But I guess people, I feel that people have kind of made an assumption in terms of what this game is going to be and what options are available. I'm not entirely sure that's fair to the developer. So, and again, I wanted to be just to be clear in terms of where this is coming from. It's mostly just so that I can highlight the fact that I think the fact that you are Hobson after the worms is a rather important feature, because I think that's going to be what allows for the customization and the development of the character, and essentially what opens up those different possibilities. It's a little bit like, I guess, Planescape Torment had sort of a similar kind of character. And I mean, again, there's no shortage of ones. I think another example of this would be, I've not played them, but the Knights of the Old Republic game sort of relies on an amnesiac character, so that you can basically account for whether or not the character goes through. And yeah, Stenny, like, this is the thing. I have some feelings in terms of claims about whether or not people are being forced to play something. I think forced is very difficult to apply to a game full stop. These are entertainment products, generally ones that we purchase and play of our own free will. I think there's a difference between a choice to play a game and being made to play a game. And I think there are few examples where one can be made to play a game. I know what they mean, though, right? But the thing is that I do need to acknowledge that just because I don't mind playing a bounty hunter or a spaceman or something like that, doesn't mean that for someone else that might be something that they're very invested in. And obviously the purpose of bringing these games up early is so that people can give feedback to it. So I think it's really important not to be too dismissive of this sort of stuff, simply because even though I may feel that it's unfair to a developer, or it's unfair, like, I do still think the principle of charity applies in some cases of things. I sort of recognize that this is a mechanism that ultimately has resulted in the games being better. And so, again, I don't want to be too hard on a question just because it's different from my own individual preferences. But again, I also kind of think that I think it's too early about this particular character to be saying, there isn't that option, if that makes sense. And sorry, I didn't want to open a can of worms for discussion topics for folks, but you have to have ninjas in your pirate game or I won't play. There is the one way that I can sort of compare to that, right, is that in the end, people are going to express a preference in terms of a game, right? Things that work for them, things that that they like or don't like, and my preferences are built in such a way that I don't feel like there's very little in terms of content that will make me say I'm never going to play this thing. Sorry, in cursus. Yeah. So I'm also trying to go through my but I want to have at least enough empathy for people that portions and proportions. All right, I think I got it here. Yeah, I want to have enough empathy for people's situation that there may be something particularly about their life experience that has led them to feel strongly about that particular option. But again, to Zarog's point, we are to a certain extent describing preferences here, right? I want this thing into a game, and there are a degree of increasingly, strong preferences in terms of games. So, I think it's to game developers' advantage to listen to that and to, think about the ways that they can appeal to a given audience. But I also think in the end, people are going to have the option for their own creations. I guess this is not the best example that I can think of, but when I was actually thinking of the sorts of things that I like, the things I wouldn't personally play, there was a game some time back which more or less like accomplished what it was trying to do. Like, there was this game called Hatred, which seemed very much designed to sort of get everybody to sort of clutch their pearls and talk about how terrible it is that this game exists and such. And I think the thing that, that sort of thing really turns me off, because it just strikes me as very Like it's something that's it's like deliberately attempting to shock me, and I find that actually really annoying. There was also something on the Unity subreddit, and somebody was like, "What do you think of my main menu for the game?" And it sort of shows this woman who's obviously been dead with sort of a look of horror on her face for a while in a bed, and there's like a baby with the umbilical cord still attached, just sort of curled up on the floor, and a bunch of blood on the sheets. And I'm like, this isn't really horrifying to me. Like, it's sort of PlayStation 2-ish kind of graphics. Like, this definitely reads like, some 15-year-old like trying to shock an English teacher or something like that. I don't really like. I don't want to play this game because this has told me everything about sort of the intention behind the creator, and I am not at all interested in what they have to say, is basically what it comes down to. And maybe that's being unfair to the game, but like everything about that image is communicated, aren't I so shocked? It's like kind of showing us, a coworker showing up with a mohawk and then like getting in your face and saying, isn't this rocking the bedrock of your world? It's like, no, you have an unusual haircut for your job. By the way, I don't think mohawks are a bad thing. It's just obviously in an office environment, you're not likely to see that. So, but yeah, like that sort of stuff is usually a line for me, but I think that's usually because it's what is kind of being communicated in terms of the overall game. Thank you very much for the follow there, Ali Cola. Ali Coco. I, on the other hand, don't think I don't feel I'm being forced to play a bad game. I don't feel that thing shouldn't be on Steam. I honestly think usually when people throw tantrums, if you ignore them, they go away. And so feeding the troll is probably the worst thing you can do in that situation. The game seems to have been quite successful, and like the developer is still making things, but there's nothing in that game that really told me it was worth playing. And anything I've ever heard about it since has been sort of has kind of confirmed that suspicion. So yeah, it's just one of these things where I want as much as I can to be fair to developers and understand that, just because it's a game that doesn't necessarily appeal to me, that doesn't necessarily mean that it shouldn't exist. Or conversely, that because it's an opinion I don't necessarily share or even think is particularly fair to the developer, that it shouldn't be stated. But like I said, I think it's really the game was just announced. So I think it's maybe a little too early to be saying that it isn't necessarily a representative game, for what it's worth. The backlash against a named protagonist versus the blank slate sure is support for all the game designers who are afraid to create a protagonist with personality and only have silent protagonists, but it's still a design choice I reject. Give them juicy people I can decide to side with or against. Let me put words in the mouth of the player and let the player decide what they think about it. Yeah, I mean, I think these things do also exist on a spectrum, right? Like there is, I'm not entirely sure, the famous example is, right, Half-Life. I don't think Half-Life would necessarily be enhanced by Gordon Freeman having dialogue. But Half-Life has more of a plot than, say, Quake, but I'm not entirely sure the story of Half-Life was central to it. I will be clear, actually, for those of you that haven't seen it, the documentaries that Valve put out on the creation of Half-Life and Half-Life 2 are very good. I don't think the story is irrelevant. I think there's actually some really good examples in that documentary about some specific things, right? Like, asking the question about Gordon Freeman and his new armor, and Gabe Newell asking, why isn't it orange? Right? These are signals. These are things like the fact that you can say something is or isn't Half-Life is sort of an indication in terms of some of those choices that get made along the way. But yeah, for me, I'll also say Golden WH. Like, my background originally it was in film, so I'm quite used to stories being told without multiple endings or any say from the audience whatsoever. So you enjoyed the memes about Zelda suddenly forgetting how to talk because she became the protagonist. I had not seen that, but that actually sounds quite funny. But yeah, I mean, again, like I said, these things are preferences. So it's good to talk about them. But I do also tend to find that when we talk about preferences in terms of games, it does very quickly run into, because I like games like this, it must follow this formula. And in the end, I know in more than one case, whenever I've seen creators talk about creators talk about projects they're working on or how to take feedback, they sort of express the importance of listening to feedback as a way of finding out things that are going wrong, but they should never, ever listen to the solutions that people present. And I really think that is the right way to go about it, because usually, like, people are not designers, people are not writers usually. They're not necessarily, they're not cinematographers. They very rarely understand exactly what's making them feel the bad thing that they're feeling. But it's important to know when they're if they're feeling bored, right? If they turned off the show, if they put down the book, whatever it was, you need to know that. And it sucks. That is the worst thing in the world, right? Watching somebody not get it. And not wanting to reach over the table and grab the controller from them. But it's really important not to interfere with that, because otherwise you're not going to find out about the game. So it's unfortunately an inefficient process, but an important one. All right, The White Book of Brittany, a volume of death lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman conquest. The white flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree run deeper than snow. The white flower is described as the death of wisdom, but wisdom can pass into sleep, not death, when the rage of glass is subjected to sufficiently powerful winter aspect while the ragged crossroads arts are invoked. The Ascendant, the edgelong Dardash, boasts of her victories over her brother enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. Sweeter than wine, the nectar is the blood of my brother. We have raised up armies one against another. We have sated the Blackbone with the sinking of our ships. Dardash's boasting at length turns melancholy. An edgelong is half a dyad. She may not defeat her hated brother enemy without ending herself. She doesn't even want to, but she is aware to her frustration that she is a piece on the board, an axle on the ox cart, an essential part of the eternal engine of contention which the Lionsmith and the Colonel use to sustain the world. Hey, Revive Snow, I have not yet taken a tea break yet, but I have some coffee in front of me, so I know I've been talking a whole lot, but I'm feeling good. For those of you, by the way, who don't know Revive Snow, I don't believe Snow has Book of Hours. However, they are a wonderful fellow Canadian broadcaster with a very unique channel. I actually think it's worth talking about the atmosphere and the personality behind it. Obviously, a lot of you have had a chance to see. By the way, I never noticed that emote before. That is a wonderful emote. But Snow is both a camless and a voiceless broadcaster, in the sense that they have sort of this VTuber avatar and text-to-speech in terms of the game. It's also kind of funny because every once in a while the text-to-speech will be just slightly imperfect. So as a result, like system chalk is one of these things that isn't a common phrase. So you'll sometimes hear it trip over itself. It's always, I personally find that a little charming, but I've genuinely never seen anything like that on Twitch, and I actually think Snow does a really wonderful job of it. And in particular, I can't remember the name of the game, but Revive Snow is playing a sort of VR, kind of a Beat Saber-ish sort of game, and the avatar was sort of hooked up, so you could actually see the motion for the VR game, which I thought was basically the avatar and the game were synced up, and so it was sort of nice. It's a really neat way of still like I said, just having a creator being able to connect with an audience, but not necessarily having it anchored to anything in the material world that you would normally associate. So obviously I don't have a camera, but I have my microphone, right? The sound waves, the things that if people from work were to find this channel, they would recognize my voice. It's like, oh yeah, that chatty guy in the pod. Whereas Synth Raider, I think that's what it was. Synth Riders. Until you punch a wall or your chair. But yeah, no, like I said, Snow, I really don't think there's a channel that I've seen like Snow's. And again, I originally found them through Phantom Brigade, but it's definitely a little hidden gem. Not so hidden gem, actually, on Twitch. Somebody I'm always happy to talk about, and somebody I'm always happy to see inside of chat. So definitely feel free to check out Revive Snow, especially because they do tend to stream later than I do as well. So that's another plus in the sense that I feel like I can host after the fact. All right, The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts of the Low Red Sun associated with Antaios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters. The Hours of the Triple Knot accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters, but wily Lagia has decided, in the secret hollow of her heart, that she will adopt any who ask, if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but now that she's a name of the Red Grail, they might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot. Unhatched hymns, hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Menascate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The hymn of the phases celebrates the Menascate, from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The hymn of the reflections, more puzzlingly, celebrates the Menascate as the sister of Janus, mother of shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. And finally, The Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Valentine suggests that rulers should be elected to govern by serpents, not their subjects, for the serpent, being cold-blooded in its nature, is incorruptible. Valentine's initial proposal is that a college of electors should subject themselves to the bites of venomous serpents, which he grades and details, preferring the least dangerous, and should allow the resulting deliria to guide them in their choice of people's representatives. He becomes concerned, however, by the practicalities of ensuring equal quantities of venom in each case, and gets halfway into a proposal of using birds instead in the selection process before giving up mid-sentence. By the way, I will share, I never really, I obviously got in the context of the game, the giving up mid-sentence inside of a book, but I've actually found there was I think it might still be called iOS, but anyways, the OS for iPhones, which is now distinct from the iPad and the personal computer OS, they added a journaling app, but it's not on the iPad and it's not on the MacBook or desktop or whatever you're using. So I don't particularly like typing on a phone keyboard. I tend to still make a lot of typos doing it, even though I try to go for a slightly bigger screen just so I can try and have some precision in terms of the letters. But ever since, so I do still try to use the journaling app just because it's nice to try and get some writing in every day. But I will actually say that ever since using that, because I really can't go back to, I can't go and use a keyboard to fill out that particular app, I've actually found that there's multiple entries which just stop mid-sentence because I'm like, this isn't worth it, and move on. So I now have more sympathy for Valentine's approach to writing the political tract. Clearly he wrote it on an iPhone. This is canon. All right, let's get that Serpents and Venoms leveled up. So we'll need 7 for the next one, but because we don't have the confounding parable, we know how we'll have enough. And we'll use Trist in this case. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. All right, let's get the relevant books queued up again. So we're on to Deaths and Their Evasions. This one's Fusine. Fusine actually is a fairly in-demand one for the books, so I sometimes have to skip over a title or two. All right, I'm already getting a confounding parable. Carbon X. Oh, this is always a neat one. Okay, another. So we just did the Queen's turn, so we're back to the Larkabine Codex. I like this one. Singlefoot songs. I feel like I've missed one. Okay, let me just double check where we're at. So this is Deaths and Their Evasions, which is a stolen secret. This is Portions and Proportions, so that's going to be a confounding parable. That's 2. Carmenex Schism. Oh, hell. Hindsight. So that's 3. Larkabine Codex is Salt, so that's 4. Those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of obliviots. So that's contradiction. Excuse me. 5. Singlefoot Songs, Savage Hymn 6. Oh no, okay, and then 7 with the Impulse. Never mind. Okay, so we'll have Serpents and Venoms taken care of, so the next step would be to improve Purifications and Exaltations, if I'm not mistaken. I already wrote this stuff down, so what do we have here? Turns out, actually, that Locksmith's Dream wasn't a waste after all. Alright, so that's at 5. We have 2 already, and actually if I want to use the 3 rules I should use it now. We'll leave it. Okay, so for Purifications and Exaltations, I think probably music makes the most sense. So let's focus on the music that I can bring into these phonographs. We can use a core on this one. Okay, so we can get both a cheerful ditty and a beguiling melody. Okay, so then that would already take care of the Savage Hymn. So, at Caller's desk, maybe we'll read the Flayed Tantra. And that should use up all of my different workstations for now. And again, I'm gonna resist the urge to open the caches just because we have 30 seconds to level up each skill. What I will ask though, because we have a few people in chat, and this is always a good personality test, even for people who haven't. Oh, this will be helpful actually. Even for people who haven't played the game, If you had to pick two elements of the soul, actually, I'll say, okay, you get health for free. You have to pick two others. So in this game, if you're not familiar with it, you can consider this like a role-playing game in the sense that these would be like the attributes. But the way that they're described in the game are element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements. This is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. So again, 9 parts. So health, the dwelling place of the soul, the 9th of the 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. The others are core, exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Arab, pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. Fet, that part of us which walks in dreams. Metal, will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts. Shapt, eloquence and understanding, the door opens both ways. Trist, the change and the longing. And Whist, name, memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. So I'm curious if anybody has strong feelings about the two ideal elements of the soul. The skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. Yeah, you get health for free. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. The reason why I ask for 2, for the people who may not be familiar with the game, at the beginning of the game, you wash up on the beach in Brandkrug, the city, or the village, just outside the library, and you have a waterlogged journal. You can't see the contents of it. You just have a memory of the storm and the sort of the ship breaking. And one of the first things that you do is, as a player, you learn how to interact with the objects in the world. But what it sort of gives you effectively is a small personality test. And so it'll give you, I think it gives you like 3 elements of the soul. So you pick one of 3 and then you pick one of 4, I think. Or it could be the other way around. Metal and Shapt. Interesting. I actually don't think that combination's possible, but those are 2 interesting ones. So will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice, and eloquence and understanding, the door opens both ways. Shapt is a really interesting one, so we're actually rather close. So for mine, I did actually, let me just take a look at the starting choices again. I wish it said which ones you start with. So I'm just bringing them all up now. Oh, sorry, here we go. At the beginning, oh, you do get to pick Shapt and Metal. Okay, yes. So at the start, you pick between Shapt, Core, and Fet, and then secondly, you choose Metal, Whist, Faust, or Arab. So you do. We're going to find out what character you'd become then, Revive Snow. So you start with Metal, and then you get Shapt. Ho, 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 ho! You did the. I think you actually did the combination that I did at the start of my YouTube playthrough. So here is the description. I opened a tomb and found too late that it was a prison. A plague. The plague that I released is now my shadow, or perhaps I am its reflection. It is too late to set matters right, but it is never too late to protect the future from the past. In Hush House, I can do no harm. Perhaps I can even make amends. That's a really neat one. So yeah, as it turns out, you are actually you indirect. I mean, so you obviously chose what you are interested in, but I I I actually am doing that very legacy on my YouTube run. The first one I went for was Faust and Shaft, so we both have the Shaft in common, but the Faust and Shaft is quite different from the Archaeologist. Vonkles likes core and Arab. Arab, I don't know, it's hard to do. Well, that's just it, right? Like, I think the thing that's kind of neat about the... I think the thing that's neat about those choices at the start is because they are elements of the soul, right? These are things that represent you as a person. It's kind of like if you do any kind of writing or if you imagine any kinds of stories. Like, in reality, every character that you write in some way is going to be a bit of a reflection of yourself. And I don't mean to suggest that, like, when you write a villain, you're like secretly digging into those terrible things that, you know, you do if you just had the, you know, if you just had the opportunity. But like the idea that if you're writing someone that you just think is just completely wretched, right? Like this absolute, like, terrible, terrible person, no redeeming qualities whatsoever. So first of all, you probably need to have at least enough empathy to understand why they're doing what they're doing. But chances are, this might be a reflection of somebody you have in mind, right? And in that sense, it's shaped by your reaction to that individual. So there's still a part of yourself that's inflecting it, even if you're not really consciously thinking of it. So in a similar way, I sort of feel that the elements of the soul, the 9, are just simply different aspects of our personalities already, right? Like I don't necessarily think it's, appropriate to say that people are just this one dimension or two dimensions. But what's neat about the choice at the beginning of the game is that it sort of gives you an idea of what's primary, right? Like what is, when you have to choose among those, what's the one that matters the most? And that's sort of where you start getting a little bit of an idea of a personality. And it's tough, right? Because again, you get reactions of, when I do variations of this in a research context, I usually hear from people like, that's impossible, or you could never do that, or that doesn't make any sense. And you get past that, and then you wind up with a really interesting result once people have expressed that preference. So I also just think there are more games that should start with personality tests, personally. But yeah, Bonkles went for core and Arab. So these would be exuberance, instinct, and rhythm, and pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. And I lost the beginning. So that one gives core and Arab. So that one's the artist. That was actually one of the first that I got, and second ending that I got. Deaths and Their Evasions. Father Stanislav John Schaller writes of the means and limitation of passage between the orders of the Mansis. No long names hours. Unusually, Father John has written this book in Fucine for, he says, especial secrecy. He talks very cautiously of the exceptions that can sometimes be made to the edicts of Chancel and Calyptra, and hints at the means by which he successfully returned a lantern long to flesh. Schaller mentions most cautiously of all that he has been permitted to see a book that speaks more deeply on the matter, but that it was surrendered into the shadow of a covenant stone of the Watchman's Tree. It can be retrieved if the 99th wink is reserved under the edict's liminal. So that one is what allowed us to get the book that gave us the 3 rules. The Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions, the second volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Galmier records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. The finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there's a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. The Carbonek Schism. The Order of Obliviates on the brink of schism assembles in a bounds house identified only as Carbonek, after the Fisher King's castle of legend. There, the no and the long of the order debate their long policy of non-involvement in matters of feather and scale. One of their number, the one recording their debates, describes how in desperation he has found some kind of solution in a volume of transcendent heresy, but dares not pursue it alone. He convinces a handful of other Obliviates to depart Carbonek with him, while the others cross the sea to Port Noon. In the last few pages, the author reveals himself as the no-adept Ambrose Westcott, writing in an uncharacteristically serious mode. He informs any who should find this work that he has returned the book he spoke of to Abbot Geoffrey's secret, where it can be retrieved with certain invocations of the Sacralamea. He hopes that one who has read this far and understood this much will find a history to determine. So that actually winds up being another text that we have read already. Opening the Sky, an unusual recording of Varro's Opening the Sky, composed for the coronation of the new king, Henry IX. The record bears the suppression stamp, Expunge. The first movement is soft, autumnal. The second unsettling, febrile. The third is bright, soaring, rapturous. The fourth movement is glassy, slithering, a tintinnabulous icicle rattle. I think Revived Snow may be familiar with tintinnabulous if the weather's anything like it is in Ottawa. The fifth returns to the theme of the third, bright and rapturous, once again, but it is a choral movement. It becomes apparent, though, that these are much, much too pure and high to be human voices. They recall birdsong. They recall the sweep of the windswept sky, blue turning black at the edge of the higher heaven, and they wrench the heart in a direction the bureau does not permit. Okay, that's a separate one. I always like reading this one. Those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Obliviates. It is not clear whether C.R.O.D., who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. 58. That they did claim inheritance from the tradition of the House of Leith, but that they have disregarded both its most sacred and most beautiful ceremonies where they are not found convenient. 59. 71. The Glassfinger toxin is no mere assassin's convenient for the Oblividiots to confine to the disposal of their enemies. It has higher uses. Certainly it is a great matter of winter, but I have already outlined the technique by which it may be fitted for its ultimate destiny. Singlefoot songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Hashan, near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices. Powerful enough to open the mountain, the Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. The Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabis claimed to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in secret to seek union. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, and so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansus through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail. Collected Hush House lectures. In the 1800s, Dr. Aaron Peel was invited to give a series of lectures to the Curia. They combine his pithy view of the histories with his particular brand of unhelpfully ironical insight. 1776, the Third History. Louis declares the Mask of Masks and forbids mention of the Great Writhing within the walls of the Palace of Versailles, although by this point the worms are observed to move openly among the boulevards of Paris, sometimes even in daylight. The army is redeployed to defend the court. The mask lasts 1 lunar month and attracts several of the long abroad in Western Europe at the time, fleeing the worms or hoping to take advantage of the desperate Louis, or seeking access to the sealed mirrors of the palace, or just eager to attend the most inventive and desperate debauch of the century. Many espouse wormish sympathies. Let 100 histories flourish, tear down the tyranny of eternity. To grow long is usually to cast off these sympathies. There would be no immortality without eternity, and eternity, we often seem to decide, is only tyranny as long as we are not eternal. Memory, intuition. You just know, you know? The Flayed Tantra. This Tantra is recorded as being spoken by an enigmatic individual identified as Peel, with many of the qualities of the mythological Naga. The Flayed Tantra played a notable part in Alexander Sparrow's paranoid pamphleteering. Peel was numbered among the great hooded princes, but it breaks with its brethren and followed the Thunderskin in the endless dance. Once Peel had peeled itself, it had the ink it needed to write the Tantra. It had to face the wrath of its fellows. Here is the invocation it used to fend them off. Lake Fusino recordings of the folk dances of the Fusine marshes. The wailing of flutes, the roaring of drums, cries like birds lost in the marshes. These are the songs the sister sang to the witch, that the Thunderskin roared to the sky. The songs which heard the Dwendrozones of the Mansus with which the Dwendrozones of the Mansus keep their vigil. Once heard, they are not forgotten. Kind of like the roast beef of Old England. Once I finally heard the melody for that, I actually find it kind of hard to forget. Okay, Serpents and Venoms. Let's give this 7 memories, and that's a wrap on that one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Moon or scale. We'll put the health in there. At last, I approach mastery. Improve the skill to level 8. So, moving on. So we've got 6 for purifications and exaltations, and we need 5, I believe. But I can get a head start. Actually, if I need 5, let's leave the sunny day aside. And then I can focus on the memories that I need for the second round. So that I need Lantern and Sky. Let's start with Glimmerings. Locksmith's Dream in Versus. We can afford another Whist. Okay, Lantern and Sky. That'll do. So that should be 3. I forgot the obvious one. 4, so then I need a 5th. That's going to be one of the, we can make that the other cheerful ditty. Okay, so I need to be timely with this, otherwise I'm going to miss the memories that I need, but we should be ready to start on the horns and ivories as well. So I did forget what I was going to use that for. It says here Sacra Solis Invicti, but that does... Oh, crumbs. I think I messed this up. Okay. I'm going to update my lists just so I stop making these kinds of mistakes. So Serpents and Venoms is done. Purifications and Exaltations gets to 7, so we'll finish that. Now, Sacra Solis Invicti needs Sky and Lantern, which Horns and Ivories does not have. But I can apply it towards Furs and Feathers, or I can apply it towards Pentamids and Precursors. I suspect Furs and Feathers makes a little more sense, and honestly it doesn't take that much. So Scale and Sky. So knowing that, I can get another Scale with Unhatched Hymns. Or another Sky, well actually Scale and Sky with Unhatched Hymns. And I guess a Fear might do the trick. Okay, so that basically should queue us up for the remaining memories. Of course, Mr. Kill may give us some of these as part of his like cycle of memories anyway. But I'll take that chance. I'm kind of happy that we got through this the day after. Okay, another Foresight, so the Michael Blockley work isn't going to help us. I might be able... No. Yeah, it's going to get overlooked one way or another. All right, Serpents and Venoms. These are the mother's neglected children, and we prefer that they pass not through any door. It did just occur to me there's one other place I want to make a note. So Solutions and Separations is now at level 9. Purifications and Exaltations will be at level 7. Serpents and Venoms is now at level 8. Cool. All right, let's get this leveled up in time. I'm actually going to move these up the list as well. So that's 5 and 7. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I was off by 1 here. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Better now. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So once I'm through today's work, I'll talk a little bit about the game plan for the remaining books. I'm not opposed to generating some lessons which I'll overspec some of my other skills with, but I'd rather have there's a set of skills that are sort of acting as blocks to the Tree of Wisdoms right now. And if I can, I would prefer to get those out of the way, just so I can, I don't need to worry about them anymore. So it'll be a little easier to explain in a minute. I'm going to deal with these books first. Glimmerings, an anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the cucurbit. The prisoner is plainly terrified and bewildered by their situation, but has been unable to wrangle a coherent explanation out of anybody. But the dreams keep coming, and they keep writing them down. Snow, broken mirrors, half-heard sky music, flowers of white, red, and black, a blood-streaked winter dawn, the most notorious signifiers of oniric risk, fantastically vivid and detailed. No wonder they were locked up. Their final recorded dream is of a worm jewel beneath Brandkrug Isle, which they open with a key carved from their finger bone. Bittersweet certainty, eventually the sun in rags always brings its beautiful ending. So, of course, this, what was described in that text brought us towards finding the second edition of Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic. The Locksmith's Dream in Cursus, the fifth and final volume of Teresa Galmier's notorious work, which began as an examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was apparently never published, nor allegedly even written, yet here it is. Hey, how you doing, DK Marzipan? The game, definitely later game, it looks crazy. Well, first of all, I'm talking about in these fragments with great certainty to say, well, of course the description of the blood-streaked winter dawn refers to the time of the low red sun and the gods from stone. What else could it mean? These are the statements that get you your own seat on the bus if you say them out loud. So yeah, late game, this is the sort of thing which feels completely impossible. I have to assure you that at the beginning of the game, it does not present you with nearly as many choices, and as a result, it gives you a handhold to bring you up to that higher level. But always good to have people inside the chat bringing me back to earth, because it's really easy. I actually like it when people comment on the craziness of the game, simply because it does give me a chance to sort of reel it in. All I can say is, if you have questions, I'm sure you have many, don't hesitate to ask, because I really should be doing a better job of explaining some of this stuff, but it's also sometimes nice to leave some mysteries. So I don't want to completely remove it for everyone. Remove the mystery for everyone, but I can definitely offer a little bit more in terms of just generally what I'm doing and why. I will actually mention, for those of you who don't know, this book in Cultist Simulator, so this does technically appear in Cultist Simulator, but you need to, I'll definitely ask questions when I formulate any. Right now I'm just letting it wash over you like an Aurora Borealis. The developers of this game have a series, I think it's ending actually, but they had a series where they forecast the first week sales for games on Steam. What they specifically forecast are the not the wish lists, the reviews for the game, which are considered to be a proxy for sales. So, in any case, they talked about chasing down the Aurora Borealis. Apparently, when they were originally looking for it, they were always running into overcast skies. And then just kind of out of the blue, or I guess out of the black in this case, they finally got to see it, and apparently it was worth it. And it's funny because I'm in Canada, I actually kind of just take it's not like every night I walk out and look up and there's the Aurora Borealis, but I have kind of taken it for granted that this is something I can see, and if I really want to see them, I sort of know I can go further up north. But I actually realize that is a special thing for people. Kind of like people saying it's nice to have snow. I can assure you, in Ottawa, it can get very cold here. And you are welcome to the snow if you would like it. Yeah, your analogy was a very apt one. Anyway, sorry, what I meant to say was, so this was technically in Cultist Simulator, but you needed to use the console to obtain it, and you could actually give it. So I'm assuming most of you know that Teresa Galmier does in fact appear in Cultist Simulator. If you don't know that, I'm happy to tell you how you can get her, but that might be a surprise you want to find for yourself. But if you give this to her for her signature, she'll be like, wait, how did you get your hands on this? So in this case, this was actually added as part of the library. Yeah, apparently it was never published nor allegedly even written. And so that's a little bit of the reference inside here. The law goes all the way back to stone. The keys cannot be held or owned. This had, I believe, the unexpected consequence that those outside the law may hold and own them, but even they cannot keep them. And of course, a key is no more physical than a spirit, but a spirit may be housed in a body, and I have touched a key with my own hands, capitalization being important here. So the Legions hold the keys. I had thought the Legions only, old and powerful transgressors of the crime of the sky, but I begin to understand that the crime of the sky is more even than it seems, and why a twin, who unites what is not to be divided, might accept Elysian as her name. Confounding parable, the moth, the grail, the egg unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first. Abbas Nona. The Locksmith's Dreams, Stolen Reflections, the fourth volume of Teresa Galmier's expansive work, no longer a discussion of the dreams of artisans, but a valuable survey of other works. The tone is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately recalled and pulped by the publisher at the request of the author, or possibly the authorities, depending on which story you believe. A few copies survive. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twinned god, the god that wounds, the presager of changes, the sun, the moon. So we identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the meniscate, and the madrigad. He cannot be all these, can he? The Flamines knew the church, knew the dry land, knew Elagabalus. Is he then synthesis? Or is he something else? In Gallicaea they call him Aeneas Lemmius, but the Obliviots are notorious for their slanders. Janus has, they say, not one face but two, to which I reply, why only one? Why only two? Hersault and Coseley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Hersault described him as all the gods, and Coseley favored none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. The Invisible Opera, unfinished recording. A recording of a 1911 attempt at a performance of Wings Within Wings, the so-called Invisible Opera. The singers complete the skewbald aria, Beneath Our Skin, and A Rose in Maya without incident, but the Invisible Opera is dedicated to Pharesref the Magpie, who delights in unexpected interruptions. The recording ends with a clamor of horrified voices, a grating metallic screech, and a soft brass buzzing that fades into burring silence. And this produces a cheerful ditty, a rousing little rhythm. Unhatched hymns, hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Meniscate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The Hymn of the Phases celebrates the Meniscate from whom we do not turn, for the beauty, truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The Hymn of the Reflections more puzzlingly celebrates the Meniscate as the sister of Janus, mother of shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. Medusa's lament on the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother. The first part of the poem describes the ambush of the seven coils by a warrior scarred all over by the traitor gods, scarred even unto his eyes, so that the sight of the great coils would not destroy him. The battle rages on until the seven coils drowns in its own blood, at which point the narrative turns mystical and elusive. A seven-titled goddess arises from the foam of its blood. She is an armored queen, a serpent daughter, a key, a healer, a murderess, an oracle, but her seventh title is not to be revealed. And the incandescent tantra, Michael Blockley, the eccentric iron magnate, was fond of quoting from this tantra. Blockley died in a factory fire. Dialogues with an entity called the Crucible Prince. The prince warns about the appetites of his mistress, the Burning Queen, and the peril of the naked desire she shares with the sun, but professes his loyalty nevertheless. A right which changes is necessarily a right which destroys, but a great change requires a destruction of savage extent. Alright, so this is the raw material with which I will be leveling up my skill. So, again, just for the benefit of the fact that I know there's some varying ideas, or some varying experience with the game here, this is not a bad way of... it's not a bad analogy for this game to think of it as a role-playing game. The only thing is that it's not Baldur's Gate. So if you want a mapping in terms of a role-playing game, you have elements of the soul, which can act as attributes. You have skills, which act as skills. And rather than having experience points, which you will use to gain elements of the soul or level up skills, again, it's a game about a library. It's a game about organizing and obtaining knowledge, particularly organizing. And so the way you'll level up a skill is you will have the current level, which in this case we're working to improve purifications and exaltations. So this is level 6. We consider our purifications and exaltations. And what we need to do is we need to take a lesson, which in this case will be the purifications and exaltations lesson. We need to add as many memories as we have of the level. So basically, if I want to go from 6 to 7, I would use 6. If I want to go from 7 to 8, I would need 7. And then we need to put something of ourself, an element of the soul, into it. So in this case, we'll add the sunny day. I'll take the ones that are easily replaceable. So the revelation and foresight. And then fear. Oh, wait, why did I think? Right, because I was using this with horns and ivory. So bittersweet certainty, confounding parable, and looks like I need to use the cheerful ditty as well. So these are the 6 memories. I like to say, too, because you get memories from books, right? You generally get better at something when you collect sort of fragments of understanding from different sources and synthesize them into something greater. In this case here, we add our element of the soul Faust. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Improve the skill to level 7. And in fact, that's the last level that I want for that one, but we'll wait the 30 seconds to move on. The last step, of course, is how do you get extra elements of the soul, and that is done through the Tree of Wisdoms. And I think the thing I really like about this one is, again, it follows that idea of where you place knowledge, right? The ordering of knowledge. But because you have to choose which branch on the Tree of Wisdoms you will place it, and because they produce different descriptions. So, for instance, for Edict's Liminal, there is a prophecy of a glorious city that mortals could raise, but the hours of the chancel have decreed that it will not exist. The decrees of the chancel are not defied, but now and then they have been circumvented, and we might conceive that a city with walls of shining flint could be raised in dreams, in the Mansus. So there's another option here that wasn't Sapphire that I could go for, and so essentially the choice between the two starts giving you an idea of sort of shaping a certain worldview. It gives you an idea of sort of which aspect of this knowledge is more primary. And it does have in-game consequences. You do get certain elements of the soul as a result, but I at least feel quite strongly about some of the implications of what's described in those items. And so as a result, I'm more willing to put them in some slots rather than other ones. And I think that's kind of where some of the fun is in terms of placing, I don't know, it's kind of how you shape the game, right? You don't have a name that you attach to your character like in Cultist Simulator, but you express your preferences and you express the kind of person that you are through some of the different choices that you make inside the game. Okay, the skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. Purifications and exaltations. No one ever truly wants to be changed. Azoth and Refulgan are justly feared, but no one who has been changed would choose to go back. George Collars. So I'm just going to take a second with my notes here to make sure that I am up to date. Yep. Okay. So then, horns and ivories. I think I said it was pentiments and precursors, the only one that I can put in now. So nectar, moth, sky, scale. No, furs and feathers. Sorry. So that's easy. 2 memories here. Horns and ivories. Apply the health. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So where we are now, actually, sorry, I'm also going to just update my to-do list to make sure I've updated the number of entries required. And I don't have anything for my to-do list now, which is nice. So I'm just cleaning up my tablet so I don't need to mess around too much with these. Okay. So what I'm looking at right now, this is basically the question I need to ask myself is how do I want to spend the rest of the season now that I've dealt with the lessons that I got from the Salon, so the inviting everybody over. I've already talked about Ragged Crossroads, so I don't have any skills that I want to level up that have the edge or winter aspect, so I'm basically just going to wait for Numa to mess around with this one. But the skills that I want to level up are Rites of the Roots. I need 4 lessons for that. Furs and Feathers, which I'm currently leveling up, so I'll need 6 lessons for that. Anbury and Lapidary, I'll need 2 for that. Sacrosolus and Victi, that needs Sky and Lantern, I need 7 lessons for that one. Then Orchids and Narcotics, which is Grail and Nectar, I need 3 of those. And then Pentiments and Precursors, that one's Grail and Scale, and I'll need 3 for those as well. Now, one of the things that will help drive this decision is that I have a number of texts which I haven't read yet. So the Serpent Root will give me Rites of the Roots. Well, that's a pretty obvious one for me to work with, right? I already need lessons for Rites of the Roots. The Sky and the Scar is also an interesting one because that gives us Sickle and Eclipse. That actually involves Edge and Moon. And the funny thing is that the last of the Moon skills that I needed, I actually dealt with that with Serpents and Venoms. So I don't really have anything to do with that right now. That one would sort of go, not wasted, but I'll maybe read that one a bit later. The Sun's Design, on the other hand, gives us Watchman's Paradoxes. Well, that's Lantern and Sky, and I need 7 of those or more. Finally, there's the Copperlinth Omphalos. So that one gives us Weaving and Knot Working. I believe that's Heart and Moth, if I'm not mistaken. Also has a great description. Valentin de Wolf. So yeah, Heart and Moth. So that would actually help us push over Rites of the Roots to the last level that I need, but we'd probably have some surplus by the end of it. So I might want to save that one for later. The Turquoise Hand, so that helps me with Pentiments and Precursors. We can actually put that one right up at the front. And then the Sheretic Book of Suns, that helps us with Sacrosolus and Victi, so that's not a hard one to work with. So I think this is going to be the order that I read these in right now. The other thing that's a priority for these books as opposed to some of the other ones is that these give me the powerful memories, the Newman, right? 3 rules in here and such. So I do want to prioritize reading these as opposed to other texts just because they have some other benefits. So with that in mind, let's actually read the Turquoise Hand. Calligraphic Manual of Ramsund, which employs as exemplar text Farid Udin's The Conference of the Birds. So it is a rose mystery. We can't use the Newman for that, but we've got plenty of rose anyway. We just use preliminal meter. We add the book. We need the language Ramsund. This language has been called Mantique Altir and Linga Aukel and the speech of birds and Ramsund and the hazelnut tongue, but it's a language of secrets, and its true name may never be used. The aviform hours use it at their roost, or so the story goes. So I can master this mystery, enough rows to match mystery rows. So the other thing that I can do here, because we were using this to... sorry, I was going to get... Which one was it? Pentaments and precursors. So what I can do here is I can load up on a bunch of Grail and Scale memories. So that was going to be... I need at least 4. But honestly, at this point, we might as well just read as many as we can get. So we'll use the Whist. Yeah, we can read the Beguiling Melodies. Let's start with the Wind's Ruin. Grail and Scale. Well, hindsight helps us, so we'll move on to The World Does Not Weep. We already have the satisfaction in the inventory, so or the memories here, so I don't want to overwrite that. Patterns doesn't help me. Regrets don't. Gossip does, but we've already got it. We don't have a fear. We may get it, but let's keep moving. So Skin of Silver. That we need Deep Mandiac. The most secret script of the innermost rites of the deep sects of the deep desert. The birth tongue, it is claimed, of the Mother of Ants herself. We already have Earth Signs, but we'll use it if we have to. And then Savage Hymns, I know we've read Singlefoot Songs and the Unhatched Hymns lots of times, but it's what I've got available. Okay, Impulses doesn't help. Neither Intuitions or Solace. I think that's it. Although I suppose with my Consider verb I can also get a taste if I need it. Let's see how far we can go with what we've already got. So in 30 seconds, this book that we're reading is going to take us a while. I should also come up with a use for the 3 rules. Moth and Heart. You know what? I could probably make a... damn it. If I take Drums and Dances and the 3 rules, add a core. So that's kind of overdoing it here. So let's just make the Thunderskins pee, and then let's maybe see... Actually, you know what? I'm probably going to finish the book anyway. Yep, whatever. We'll run with it. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, stirring farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. I should have enough to restore this and return one more time. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, 5 Creations is a 14 moth text. So I'm trying to remember if I have any moths in here. I do. So it's a little inconvenient for moving everyone over, but... Oh, shame on you. All right. Stay. I'm kind of past the point of leveling these things or ordering these things by difficulty. I'm pretty sure I can read any book that I have in my library, but I just still find it a useful convention because it does give me a rough idea of how many memories I'm going to get out of it. All right, the skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. Furs and feathers, beasts, birds, husbandry, harvest. So we don't have too much time left in the day, but because we are going to be waiting a while for the text to finish anyway, let's open up the Scarred Casket. A treasure stored in an accursed tomb... a treasure stored by an accursed tomb robber, or something that walked in her shape. Might have reference to something we talked about a little bit earlier. What midnight gift? This was Revive Snow's archaeologist. Or I think, anyway. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So this is kind of just generating whatever I can. We should maybe set these aside. A lot of this is dependent on us finishing the text. The Wind's Ruin, the second volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Abbot Thomas speaks of his time as a raider, when his name was not Thomas, but Toke, scything the sea, striving for plunder. Abbot Thomas clearly regrets his storm years, and much of the book is taken up with his thoughts on penitence, but there are hints that he also misses those years and the companionship of his sword brother, ship brother, Trygeave. So there's the beguiling melody. That's one of the grail that we needed. The world does not weep. Brown Joshua found this in a well in Hamath. There's an unlikely story that it was abandoned by Alexander during his retreat from Issus. The unknown adept who wrote this proclaims, "The world forgets, but the ivory dove does not." The text contains a number of prescriptions for ensuring that certain acts are remembered, including a rite which requires a sacrifice in a particularly monstrous mode. The Hours tried to bury the memory of what happened to the wheel, the flint, and the tide in the Seven Coiled, but the dove won't permit it. Nor will he permit what happened to the first egg to be forgotten, although it is perhaps the one thing the Watchman might ever forgive. Hindsight, some things we can only really understand when they're gone. Skin of Silver, the epic of the final battle of the Lionsmith and the remnant giant Antaios. As always, the Lionsmith drew his strength from metal and Antaios from stone, but the Lionsmith began to suspect also that this time Antaios was drawing power from the moon. The Lionsmith beseeches the three for their assistance, and the Meniscate favors him with a skin of silver, like water, like mercury, so he too can drink power from the moon, for, she whispers, he too will one day be drawn into a perfect balance. Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Hashan near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests cause harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoot sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. So with all the elements that we need to do the leveling, we just need to finish reading the book here. That's going to take 58 seconds, but it's going to take us 38 to get the Thunderskins Paean. Although, at this point, using the 3 rules for that is kind of redundant. Better now. So, before I do something silly, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Let's maybe see if I can brew a potion. So take 3 rules. If I think I put Gideon Soaks and I get January Sanguinary? Clearly not. Oh, why do I forget this one? Maybe we try something a little less ambitious for the heart then. So this one wants liquid. Any old liquid will do. Okay, that's also Gideon Soaks. That's bizarre. January Sanguinary from... Oh yeah, no, I always keep getting caught by that one. Yeah. Oh, here's the one I was possibly thinking about. Regensburg Bomb. Oh, for heaven's sake. Nope. Okay, well, I don't want to spend too much time thinking about this one, but it's not terrible to get an inventory of some of the different... Yeah, so stitching and binding, I should have known better. This is the one that I think gives me Peribiot. Thing is, I don't need another January Sanguinary, but let's go for it. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Does that replace the fear that we got before? But like I said, we need to wait for the text to finish before we can do any of the leveling that we wanted. Ooh, Nilicant, the Incastum Terminale of the third history. It's the bleak white-blue of winter. It has spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods, and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. Use an Incastum ink with your journal to make determinations and record histories. If the hours listen, the world changes. So let's change this up. I'll move the Orpiment Exultant up here, and we'll find more place for the Nilicant. Craft a Thunderskin's Paean with Keeper level Heart. The Paean is the precursor to Swaddled Thunder, which is exactly what we're going to make. I'm one short! Okay. This isn't that hard to fix. So Thunderskin's Paean, drums and dances, core, and now we can use the mixing bowls. Let's use the mop and bucket. You bang the mop in the bucket, there's certain rhythm, you make a Swaddle Thunder. Drum storm potential into the weft to capture more heart aspect. Now this is going to finish overnight, so I'm down a couple elements of the soul, but right now I'm just kind of trying to use what's left to get something. Essentially, it's just converting the stuff that's going to get lost at the end of the day into something that I can work with. All right, Rose Journey's End. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. The Turquoise Hand, a calligraphic manual of Ramsund, which employs as exemplar text Farid Odin's Conference of the Birds. At noon, the sun moves like the beating of a wing. At sunset, he sends the herald child with her candle. At midnight, he sends the wind that extinguishes the candle flame. Commentary, illustrations, and interleavings carry revelations never intended in the original, a sense of history and the senses of histories. Newman, that old lost music. In the right histories, every song ever sung still lingers in the wind and echo, untouched by the demands of eternity. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Symergist and the Magnate can win a particular victory. So, of course, we are the Magnate. This is one I definitely want to take a note of. I also want to take a note of it because I really don't know. I really don't know how to keep all of these in my head past like 4 or 5 of them. So, so 5 rows. This is the first Rose Newman that I've got. 5 scale. And 5 sky. So it's worth noting, right, when we consider the Newman that will specifically be attached to my character, the Magnate, there's actually quite a bit of overlap. So the scale and the sky apply both to that old lost music and a final understanding. Oh, actually, hang on. They're exactly the same, and I was wrong. A final understanding has Rose as well. So a final understanding has winter, and that old lost music has scale. But they both have sky and they both have Rose. Sorry, I took leave of my senses for a moment. Okay, so that's 2 pentaments and precursors. We need 3 for the Grail and scale. And I think I might rearrange the librarian's quarters soon because I'm running out of room on this shelf. Oh, come on. Other side. They really don't like going on this side. There we go. Apparently no room there. Heaven's sake, come on. I'll try and leave it like this for now, but I'm sure I'm going to have to shuffle it around before too long. Okay, so first things first, let's level up pentaments and precursors. And if I can, so I need 4, so satisfaction, gossip, hindsight, and fear. There's a chance we can get any one of these from Mr. Kill. Our only option now is the health because I've already tied up the core. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. And I have just enough time, so I'm going to need... So let's say we'll use the old lost that old lost music. Let's just throw that in right now. So I actually just need 2 Grail or Scale memories. So from that, let's say we go for... we've already got the Beguiling Melody. I think we'll just settle for... We'll settle for the classics. We may have some overlap with Mr. Kill, but I don't really think it's worth getting too tied up about. I don't even remember where we left Satisfaction. It is very fun to read the Berry book, though, so I'm going to read that again, but I'm going to make sure I start at the Red Book of Brittany next time, because I feel like I've overread this text. Okay, so that gives me the 5 that I need, and in fact, because I know we're only going to need another minute, I'm going to try and accelerate things a little bit more and actually move on to the next book. So I think that would be... Why did I think The Sky and the Scar would be? I think that should be the last one that I read. Sorry, I'm seeing a couple of... Oh, right, it was Rights of the Roots. So we were going to read these... No, this one's definitely at the end. We're going to read these two together. Okay, no, this makes sense. Okay, The Sun's Design. A scorched slab of black corundum, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideoglyphs. So we'll find, I think we can do that at Solomon's desk. I do need to keep in mind that this is going to be something that I don't get to keep. Like the element of the soul is going to be something that'll be exhausted at the start of the day. Excuse me. And then we can use Disciplines of the Scar for that one. I can master this mystery, enough lantern to match mystery lantern. So part of this is just kind of keeping things going as far as the generating the lessons and the memories go. Help with letters, an afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm not going to dedicate anything else overnight tonight because we really just need to get that last level of pentiments and precursors. We'll finish reading the tablet overnight, and then we can start leveling up the relevant skill before too long. In fact, we're at 1, 2, 3, 4. We're close to being able to level it up without waiting for the texts. His skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. Yeah, so if I needed 5, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and then I could actually use the earth sign. There's really no benefit to doing that. We'll just wait the 20 seconds and then use the health to level it up. Again, if I had fewer elements of the soul, I might feel differently, but we've definitely had a few nights where we haven't exhausted our elements of the soul, so. Nin's Cages, the Avignon text, the merciful measures of the witch Nin. Nin's stated aim was to keep beyond the walls of sleep that business which should not trouble the world. This includes fever, madness, and delirium, as well as spirits identified as devourers and deceivers. Nin warns against cutting hair, cracking mirrors, spilling blood, or invoking the edicts liminal or inviolable before sleep. For no matter how secure a lock may be, its key will surely open it. The Berry Book. Thirza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, talks about fruit, for no other apparent reason but that it was the kind of thing that she did. She talks about fruit in the woven language Kilisimi. Who was it once said, fruit is the womb of a plant? It was me. Take a few moments to think on that in ripened wisdom. I shall leave a blank space for your moments here in this page. Nectar, children mine, cast my words into a sufficiency of nectar, and watch the Pyrus persimmon burst from wood. Gather more nectar, wring it from the trees and earth, and our persimmon gushes forth the sacrament. You will thank me. Satisfaction. Some appetites are easier to satisfy than others. All right, let's level up pentiments and precursors. I may want to take a minute just to think on... I think a beguiling melody would not be a bad idea to keep overnight. So dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Dreaming on a memory will preserve it past dawn, allowing you to keep it until the following day. So I did that because we have what we need to be able to level up pentiments and precursors. So gossip, savage hymn, that old lost music, hindsight, satisfaction, the lesson, the health. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Okay, so we're already reading the next text, right? Or, sorry, we're doing Swaddled Thunder here. The next text was at... was the sun's design. So this one's Watchman's Paradoxes. That gives us, I believe, Lantern and... Hang on, I do have Watchman's Paradoxes, right? Yeah, right here. So it's Lantern and Sky. Actually, sorry, I need to update my list. Oh, I got it wrong. So I need one more for pentiments and precursors. But yeah, so the things that can use Sky and Lantern would be Furs and Feathers, Anbury and Lapidary, Sacrosolus and Victi, and that's it. Now I'm going to put that into Sacrosolus and Victi 1 because I believe that is the actual... No, sorry, Watchman's Paradoxes is the actual skill. But I need 7 for that one, so it's not that hard for me to just kind of toss the memories in and move on. So with that in mind, Sacrosolus and Victi, we're at 3, so I will need 7 in total. And again, we're looking for Sky and Lantern. So we can start with the Perugian Diaries. Natan's desk, we will read Glimmerings again. So that's 2. We're already bringing in the Beguiling Melody, so that's 3. It is written 4. I think we're on to Known Unknown Tantra. Just enough. And at which point I'm mildly tempted to just start the next Newman text right away, but I want to cool it off a little bit. Oh, the sunny day really helps. Just because I don't want to outpace my, I don't want to outpace the rate at which I'm able to level these things up. Alright, the skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. So maybe what I'll do... Actually, it'll also depend on the different desks that I have available. Sleep, O thou tempest, for now bow thy head. Where do I even want to put this thing? It feels appropriate to put it upstairs. was the next book I want to read? Serpent Root. I don't have the grail or the nectar that I need for that. Oh no, hang on. So if I use drums and dances and a health, holy crap, I can do it. So then I add the knife. That brings me the 10. From which I can now add... Oh, actually the crack track would have also done the trick. But that's the trick. I don't have crack track. Okay. Okay, the sun's design, a scorched slab of black corundum, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideoglyphs. In the city of Emesa, beneath the Church of the Holy Belt, in a sarcophagus of black corundum, Elagabalus lies. Accursed of Janus, neither long nor mortal, neither man nor woman, neither a liar nor a speaker of truth, neither real nor imagined. On his light-suffused skin is made manifest the sun and splendor's grand design. Elagabalus is the source of one half of this text. The source of the other half is obscure, but its power is evident. It is impossible to be certain if the sun really planned for us to enter eternity. It is impossible to be sure if the Grail, the Vagabond, and the Forge stole this birthright from us or saved us from it. But there is a great secret here. So 2 of the Watchman's Paradoxes. And Newman, the paths of the sun. The sun has charted his paths beyond walls and woods and bounds. When the sun lights our way, when we are ready, all of us will enter eternity, at least in the right history. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the cartographer and the twiceborn can win a particular victory. And of course, I was fond of this one because this is absolutely the one that I went for my first win. So we're going to just crash right into the next text. Oops. I should read this one soon, actually. Sky. Nope, I think I'm going to go for the old plan. So we'll read Serpent Root. So we'll see what Crack Track... Okay, Crack Track gives us 2 nectars. So in this case, we just apply drums and dances and a health. Nectar full flower. I can master this mystery. Enough nectar to match mystery nectar. And now we get to work on leveling up Sacrosolus Invicti. So we have enough to level this up already, so I'm not going to lose any time. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. And given that this is the one that I believe should be giving me the rights of the roots, we're going to want to get our nectar and our moth from these. Actually, there's a couple things that I can do. So first of all, let's chat with Mr. Kill to bring him in. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will help as a friend. I guess I don't have any spots to read right now, so we'll wait for the others. But again, we'll grab whatever moth and nectar I can, and we'll just prepare to try and level up from 4 and then 5. Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Lopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Lopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, I still think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We've agreed to part almost amicably. Elopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of his journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of Old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. So it's kind of a free-for-all on memories right now, but let's just grab what we already have. Glimmerings, an anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the cucurbit. The prisoner is plainly terrified and bewildered by their situation and has been unable to wrangle a coherent explanation out of anyone, but the dreams keep coming and they keep writing them down. Snow, broken mirrors, half-heard sky music, flowers of white, red, and black, a blood-streaked winter dawn, the most notorious signifiers of oniric risk, fantastically vivid and detailed. No wonder they were locked up. Their final recorded dream is of a worm jewel beneath Brankrug Isle, which they open with a key carved from their finger bone. The known unknown Tantra, Carlos Garcia Sauri, the ecstatic mystic of the Pyrenees, was known to recite this in 3 languages, though he had never visited the subcontinent. The known unknown Tantra describes a journey to the white door of the Mansis, beyond which speech ceases. It describes a mantra which can be used at the right place and right time to achieve that door. The light of a lantern can only reveal the space between the forest shadows. In the Mallory, a lively account of the creation of each jewel at the world's beginning. Lively, yes, but also almost entirely nonsense. Pearl, the tears of the forgotten moon, caught by the lionsmith in his net. Ruby, the blood of the first bird, stung by the lionsmith's hammer. The author is either terribly misinformed of the nature of the hours, or one begins to suspect intentionally throwing up a smokescreen to confuse seekers of the invisible arts, but there are some useful crumbs of fact to be picked out of the daft and gaping cracks. Unhatched hymns, hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Meniscate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The hymn of the phases celebrates the Meniscate from whom we do not turn, for the beauty, truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The hymn of the Reflections, more puzzlingly, celebrates the Meniscate as the sister of Janus, mother of Shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. Okay, so I'll want to think... one more. It is written, Musgrave, fourth of the De Wolf line, writes tentatively of about the Covenant of Brankrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he calls Incasta Potentialia. As the light passeth through a prism into many colors, so the great ink separateth into the lesser inks, and the lesser inks into inks minor. Musgrave coyly refuses to talk of the great inks, or else refuses to admit he doesn't know much about them. He insists that Ugol and Stargol, which can be mixed with sufficient nectar or sky aspect, are sufficient for most befitting purposes. So one of the things I'd kind of like to do here is prepare for the next batch. So we're already reading the serpent root, and we know we're going to need rights the roots, which is nectar and moth. So if I can find any nectar and moth among this, basically any of these that will allow me to level up rights the roots, I should hold on to them. As it is, I think it's pretty obvious if you mouse over. There's no overlap between these two, so we'll have to worry about getting another batch. But let's go as far as we can with what we already have. So, not helpful, not helpful, not helpful, not helpful, not helpful. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Things are not easy to come by. So I think it's impulses that we're stuck with. And I think we're actually back to Damascene traditions of the House of Leith. Okay, so I'm probably going to wind up having to use things like the occult scrap and some of the other things that we can construct, but I do also have the advantage of being able to like to get scent and such. But I think it might be a little bit slower going to get right to the roots. One thing I might be able to do to help myself along, if we're using Watchman's Paradox, if we're leveling up Sacrosolus Invicti, I only need 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, sure. I will get myself a name day riddle just to save myself the trouble. Conceive a mothy riddle. Alright, that'll do for a start. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. I guess I can keep making money too. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug and not everyone here knows their letters. I'll use the Tryst. I'm a little reluctant to be using the Tryst this way because I do need moth things. But I think we've got enough Tryst to do a little bit of fishing in between sessions. Alright. Let's get the Sacrosolus Invicti out of the way and then we can think about whether or not I need the scent. And then another Faust. So satisfying to have come so far. So when it comes down to it, we need 4 and then 5 for rights of the roots. Wouldn't be a bad idea for me to save... Of course he gives me an impulse. Wouldn't be a bad idea to save the Newman for the second upgrade when it comes to it. And we are well off from needing to worry about that. So I will get the scent from the potted plant and I'll try to open the last vault. The skill is now level 5, its power aspects have also increased. So we'll consider the watchful potted plant. Investigate the object, you won't use this up or consume it by doing this. As for the rest... Damascene traditions of the House of Leith. The House of Leith was an order of immortals who sought obscurity, rejecting their past and future. If the author of this short text is to be believed, the initiates of the Damascene branch were much more radical than their fellows elsewhere. The house generally forbade any potentially procreative activities for fear of the terrible consequences of too long bearing a child. The Damascene order took this much further. At one point, male initiates were required to undergo castration and female initiates to strangle any children they had previously borne. These measures were so horrific that the order was shaken by repeated schisms and eventually absorbed into the local Sisterhood of the Knot as a society of healers and exorcists. It doesn't exactly make sense, but I understand it anyway. Yeah, it feels a little weird not to be doing more with my desk right now, but I don't really think I have that much to work with, so I'm gonna hold back. We can maybe reconsider once we have the Coprolith Amphalos, but I think I'm actually going to need to start using some of my more potent memories to get the outcomes I'm looking for. Alright, so this will put me behind a little bit, but the sense of awareness persists, but the plant remains immobile, unsettling but harmless. Doesn't even have thorns. So what I'm going to do here, we'll open the last cache, so the ironclad chest, a treasure stored by an esoteric anarch on the eve of her failed revolution. A bright treasure. I think tomorrow we will we'll maybe try to bring Reverend Timothy in for the last vault. So I don't mind going a little bit later just because we seem to be a bit on a roll right now. I don't know if anybody was planning on going to bed anytime soon. I won't, I'm not going to commit to like having an all-nighter or anything like that, but I think we can make a little bit more progress in the session today. I'm thinking mostly just to get that last vault, and then that means that the rest of the time I really just get to spend that focusing on Salons and the Lighthouse Institute. Against my better judgment, I'm going to do at least one more trip to Crowcross Sands. Okay, Serpent Root, a massive rootstock, shiny with age, but still somehow viable. Tiny spidery scratchings marked with embedded eggshell shards encode a cryptic message. This object houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Seaborn, tide-drawn, Menascate sister, witch lover. The House of the Moon will always have its messenger, though its messenger is different each time, in eye and flesh and heart. Fate's feats, posterns, loopholes set down against the advent of eternity by powers favoring imperfection and impermanence. Loopholes. When eternity came into the world, certain prudent powers arranged loopholes, the House of the Moon, the persistence of possibility, the right to vengeance. In the right histories, those loopholes will open again. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. So again, let me just write the Newman loopholes. So 5 knock, 5 moon, 5 moth. And the idea here is that I'm going to hold off using this until our second crack at the rights, the roots. But against my better judgment, I am going to try and read the Copperlinth Amphalos. The reason I say against my better judgment is my current batch of skill, like my current batch of skills are enough. What I'm not so sure about is moving Rights of the Roots higher. Killisimi. If there is speech in nowhere, if there is language used by the dead, if the House of the Moon has a native tongue, then it must be Killisimi. If none of this is true, it is still not a language to be spoken in daylight. Each word breathes woe. Read it, as they say, and weep. I can master this mystery, enough moth to match mystery moth. So basically, Rights of the Roots will be at level 6 by the time I'm done with it. So then that's going to mean trying to get 6 nectar or moth memories, which not impossible, but it does involve me sort of generating a few more memories than I am accustomed to. So this first one's not that big of a deal. We take the impulse, the scent, we will have the name day riddle, and I guess we use the occult scrap for that one. Actually, better still, I don't use the occult scrap, I use the earth sign because then I can read a book to get the earth sign back. Where I can, I should prioritize the things I can get back with books. And I might as well read the text with impulse as well. Sorry to do kind of I realize it may not be the most exciting thing to do a crash course and the major secrets at the end of the game, but it's a nice little opportunity for me to level up a lot of the stuff that I've had prioritized for a while. And more importantly, it'll help give me access to a few other things. So if I want to start making the Encastum Terminale, for instance, it's just nice to have an easy access to five memories, five intensity aspects in a minute, as opposed to spend like 90 seconds or longer to generate certain memories. Ooh, Iotic Essence. What bright treasure. In the later operations of the forge, the Madrigad yields to the true Forge of Days, and the essence begins to redden. The bit about the true Forge of Days nearly got St. Melisande burned for heresy, but no one ever said she was wrong about the second part. Let's put that beside True Blood of St. Januarius. I'm sure they'll get along famously. Okay, let's go for Rites of the Roots. So, Impulse, Scent, Name Day Riddle, Earth Sign. I can do the Name Day Riddle because we're already generating another one. Lesson here, Health here. So satisfying to have come so far. So I'm going to want to generate another scent before too long. We're already generating the other nectar parts that I need. And we can add the loopholes to the list already, so there's really not that much extra for us to do, which is good. It is actually really the generation of the scent that's going to be the most time consuming. So not too fussed about the foresight, but at this point we're really just doing the conversation so that I can have the... Oh, actually, I should be a little thoughtful in terms of how I want to handle my Newman, because I am at some point going to want to talk to Reverend Timothy about the about something with Knock. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries, of the cults of Isis and Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. And then Traveling at Night, Volume 1, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Lopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering, and also possibly one of the first books that you read in the game. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansis. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansis has no walls. Alopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I did find a secret that helped. The skill is now level 5, its power aspects have also increased. So, first thing we'll do is engage with the Watchful Potted Plant again. Come on. Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. What kind of time are we looking at for... Just enough. Is this a way to the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for a librarian. Men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Not much for me to do with my whist right now, so we'll just keep generating money with that without restoring it. We also don't have that much to do for the rest of the day. And for the next trick... let's just take stock of where we're at. So I'll read another text for the Earth sign, and we should be good to level up rights in the roots. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. So this might be a time where I want to like stop and take stock of the all of the resources I have to level up the next couple of levels of Rights of the Roots. The reason for this is I'll be fine with the next Newman, but if I want to get Reverend Timothy in here opening up the sealed vault, I'm actually going to need to, what I'll probably do is for the 6, I'll use like the occult scrap, the element of the, sorry, the occult scrap, the, or assign all the usual suspects. And then I'll add the, like I'll use the Newman for that. And then for 7, yeah, I'll just read and get another Newman. So in between, basically, we wind up we arm Reverend Timothy with what we need for the sealed vault. In fact, really at this point, I should be trying to generate more memories, but that's fine. I can take a break. We've been running a little hot on queuing things up. Okay. Actually, no. You know what? There's nothing stopping me from running this ahead. So let's see how we work with it. Coprolith amphalos. What is this? A tufted fossil of silken fiber, big as a child. Something consumed and something was consumed. If we interpret its interweavings, we might understand. The meaning of this object isn't something that one reads, but rather something that one follows, until at last one has passed 3 times around it, and one finds the meaning waiting at one's shoulder. So weaving and not working. And Newman weaving the world. The histories, they say, are braided like hair or tangled like roots. What is the shape of that knot? Funny you should ask. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Simmergist and the cartographer can win a particular victory. By the way, I always wonder, so there was a nice little blog on the translation of this, and I've kind of learned to, generally if you have an intuition about something in the game, it's usually right, but Coprolith amphalos sounds very close to coprolite. And I always felt that was intentional, especially the way that it's described, right? So what is this? A tufted fossil of silken fiber, big as a child, something consumed and something was consumed. If we interpret its interweavings, we might understand. Like, all of this kind of points in the same direction. But it's one of these things, right, that you never... It's like the certain passage in the Mansus in Cultist Simulator. Like, you read it, and I'm like... This is probably about menstruation, but I don't really want to say that out loud. Like, you just kind of feel it. I think that's quite deliberate. You know, sometimes you just have this stuff that operates in the background, and like one of the best places in terms of where you don't say it, like sometimes you just feel uncomfortable saying it out loud, is a nice little trick for just kind of keeping it inside. But one of the real gems that Weather Factory does sometimes put out is when they have interactions with their translators and they want to say, you know, here's a few, here's how I can translate this, but roughly in English, this is what it would sound like. And they're like, no, too on the nose. You know, we want a little, you know, we want a little bit of mystery in here. So, in the case of Coprolith amphalos, that was one of those blogs definitely confirmed the suspicion. Was it blog, or maybe it was something posted on the subreddit? Anyways, it confirmed what I think was everyone's suspicion on reading that. So weaving the world is 5 hearts. Sorry, gotta erase something. So yeah, we again are making good progress, but this is going to be where things get a little tricky. The good news, though, is we're more or less out of, well, not good. Like, obviously, lots of Newman texts are very cool, but we've gone from having read like 3 of the, or I guess 4 of these, to all but 2. And then there's one more that we can bring in. So I do want to take a minute, though. I'm going to need to work out a little bit of a strategy about how I'm going to level this thing up. So for starters, let's just get this in place. So eventually this is going to be in position 8, if I'm not mistaken. So off the top of my head, let's actually work out what kind of nectar and moth I can work with. So impulse is the obvious one. And earth sign. Rain. You know, the thing that weirds me out though, I think you hate trying to level nectar and scale. I actually tend to find nectar and moth is the one that stresses me out a little bit more, but I think it's probably, I don't know, like past a certain point, any of them become a little bit of a pain, and some are just, I think probably there's also just a question of, there's like a mild preference. But yeah, what's the best way for me to think about this? So the nice thing about, I guess, so I shouldn't be that discouraged about the moth, because it did occur to me that at least, so I usually wait for rain, but if we get a cloudy day, we actually have a decent chance as well. So I have 2 weather events. I usually just tend to wait for the one, though. And I guess the old moment, oh yeah, actually, you know what? The old moment is one that I keep forgetting as well. So let's, okay, so rain or cloud. Name day riddle. It's always the, see, the problem is that whenever I think of the memories that you can craft, I always keep thinking of the primary aspect. So, you know, old moment, I tend to think of scale, but moth is completely legitimate in that as well, right? You can still use that to level something up. So yeah, old moment. What else? We already did the... Okay, so now we go up, move on to the ones... I'm racking my brain here, but... Oh, sorry. No, we've already got Earth Sign. Okay. So I guess at this point I start looking... Oh, okay, old cold scrap. That's an easy one to get back. Then Hive's Lament. Newman. And I guess probably the Curious Hunch would work. I'm probably missing one. I think it was one of the... Oh, you know what? I don't have... Um, I had a list of persistent memories on my list, and I noticed that Wind and Waiting isn't here. And I have a sneaking suspicion that one might actually have Moth as well, but it's not really relevant because I've already got 9 on this list. And sure, I knock off the words. Knock off the weather because I can't really control. I can mildly control it in the sense of I can bring a storm, but that's not the thing I really need. But I can at least bring in some of the basics that I need for Rights to the Root. So right now we're going to worry about getting 6 memories. So first things first, the Shaven Lock Tantra. We should already be getting an Earth sign. So Impulse, Earth sign. Get a name day riddle and an old moment for sure. Occult scrap is 5. Newman is 6. Yeah, that's a good start. So let's make the right. So slight complication in that I don't have a tryst to use right now. So we're going to go to the desk. We'll use a Shapt, an Edict's Liminal, and a... oh boy. Okay, Gossip does the trick. And then we can use the Shears of the Sisterhood. So there we go. Conceive a Mothy Riddle. So I'm going to do the same trick with... I can never remember if it's Disciplines of the Scar or not. It is. But again, I don't have a Foss to work with. But I do have a Foresight. Recall something lost, something scale aspected. So that gives me what I need. And on top of all of that, I'm actually going to read one that gives me knock because we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy. So let me just review my list here. So Inescapable Confinement, that's been my usual source of knock. But I believe the Loopholes and Paths of the Sun will also give me that. So... Crack Track. In the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, in Egg-Vein and Shell Shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. I screwed up. Oh, that is frustrating. Okay. So I was too early on Weaving the World. I still, you know what, I can still make it work though. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? I'm wondering if I can get a little cute with this. This is going to be a fun experiment. So I'm going to be careful with my timing. Okay, so now we commit Weaving the World to memory. Any thoughts on the announcement of the third game? Not super surprising from the hints that they were giving, but I also, like, I genuinely liked how excited Alexis seemed to be to talk about it. during the AMA, I actually, you know what? This is worth taking the time to share. So, for those of you not familiar with it, there was an AMA today. I actually sent 3 questions, but this is like I usually try to do it this way. Like there's one. So one thing that's actually I've always felt a little. I don't want to say I feel bad about it because I think at least within a certain group, like Lottie does get the credit she deserves. But like Weather Factory is a partnership. And I sort of understand that Alexis is obviously very well known for the games he made prior to Culta Simulator. And, the designer always gets kind of this very sort of public-facing role. But I guess the one thing I would say, like I've always kind of felt that Lottie's got, first of all, an amazing amount of talent. Like the things that if you've followed Weather Factory over a certain period of time, you will see a set of very impressive skills that she has demonstrated. But on top of that, the number of skills that she has sort of developed to a level of sort of contributions in a professional way, like professional level contributions to a game, it's very hard to overstate just how much she has done. For instance, two of the really good trailers for Book of Hours were ones, and I happen to know that she learned editing just before doing those trailers. Like that is the level of talent that we are dealing with here. So one of the things that I try to do, one, it's a sneaky way of getting 3 questions, although obviously they'll answer, they'll answer whatever they feel is appropriate. But I always want to try and give like one for Alexis, one for Lottie, and and then one that's sort of joint for the Weather Factory. And I think one of these does a really nice job of sort of talking about how their games work, although I might as well give the 3 that I asked, so let me just see if I can find them in the list. I do not have a good way. Yeah, so this one was kind of funny because, I don't know, like whenever there's an AMA, people always seem to want to give the answer even though they're not the person being asked. But I don't know. Like, I don't know quite what makes people do that. It might be because it's been talked about elsewhere, but like usually you give a source for this. So anyways, the one to Alexis, which is so funny because like there's tons of other things that I could ask, but this one I've been really curious about. So to Alexis, you've been public about a few IRL events or objects that wind up in the game. The flesh stretching beyond the final finger joint for Long Ascension, the objects described in the Dream Museum come to mind. I'm dying to know, though, drumming your hand on the desk to poetry comes up more than once in Book of Hours. Is this one of your habits when reading poetry, or at least certain poetry? So someone answered here, it should be because I vaguely remember a similar image in Sunless Sea, or was it Fallen London? By the way, I do too. At least that's how we were taught prosody in university. But the answer from Alexis, so, interesting question. But the answer is, to the best of my recollection, never. I guess with the exception of iambic pentameter when I was learning Shakespeare in school. Edit, this is a very untrolly question for you, SC. Heart emoji. Which... absolutely fair point on the edit. So yeah, it's kind of funny because it really does read like one of those things that could be based in reality. So I was maybe a little surprised, but this was, I was curious. It's why I asked, right? So the Joint Weather Factory one was kind of interesting. So for Joint Weather Factory, it's interesting to read the post figuring out the long-term vision for the Weather Factory. It's also interesting to read in light of the clear excitement for making traveling at night. I also recall a few plans for projects and expansions that didn't materialize, and this is not a complaint. I'm always curious about what ideas make the cut, but I'm particularly interested in ideas that were promising enough to talk about, if only in passing reference, but ultimately didn't make it to release. Is there a systematic way you go about throwing in the towel or otherwise selecting projects? To which Lottie answered, the first thing is artistic enthusiasm. If we're both excited by something, that's a good sign. Lots of meat on the bones. The next is public scrutiny. One of the biggest and most common mistakes game devs make is not wanting to show their work because it's not ready, which means you don't get the honest blunt force trauma of thousands of people on the internet responding to your early unpolished stuff. AK and I were really nervous yesterday about revealing Traveling at Night, and we're both delighted and relieved that by the overwhelmingly positive response to the game. So that's a great second check that we're going in the right direction. There's no real system, though. AK had a banger of an idea for something truly innovative that I could characterize as slow I Am Fallen London, but it's difficult to see how we could monetize it sensibly. There's another great idea we will only do if Steam inexplicably explodes, long may it rain. There's a third, which relies on there being only a single tree left in the universe. Traveling at Night is definitely the way to go for now. This, of course, naturally invited certain questions as to what these other projects are, but clearly there's never going to be any more elaboration on that. So that was really kind of neat to see some context in terms of in terms of the what was it, the decision making process. And it's a reverse way of asking it, right? Because you get to see the projects that are made. But like some examples, I'm a little reluctant to say this just because I think people, like I hope people don't take this as like one day this will be turned into a game or something like that. But I remember at one point there was talk for Cultist Simulator of there being a legacy that was kind of about raising a kid, which would have been a really interesting one. And obviously that really does line up well with stuff that's already in Cultist Simulator. Like I'm always so mean to kids in my examples, but like a kid's like a permanent Mr. Alden, right? Like that's really going to be taken away from your time. The other one that I like saying is that in economics there's a concept known as an inferior good. So it's a good that the consumption increases as incomes go down, and conversely consumption decreases as incomes go up. So like spam would probably be a good example. Obviously, I'm referring to the meat, not the email. There's certain types of fish you'll see. Like it's nutritious, but it's not necessarily very tasty. That sort of stuff you'll usually see increase as incomes go down. And again, vice versa. What's true about kids? Well, usually if you like, one thing that tends to be true of lower income households are actually that they have lots of kids. Also true for countries, right? Usually countries with lower GDP per capita also tend to have like larger families, which of course by definition means that children are inferior goods, and that's usually when people get up and leave the lecture. So anyways, there's that. I remember there was some talk about sort of a noir style game. Now I have a feeling that probably some of the the scraps of that probably wound up in or are going to wind up in Traveling at Night. There's something in the Weather Factory catalog. I don't remember the name offhand, but it definitely has sort of these like nanite AIs. I'm trying to remember exactly what they were, but they're very much like the Hours, and it takes place on Mars. And again, a very cool idea. There's a kind of a treatment for the God, why can I not remember the name? It might be in my tabs. Let me just Sorry, I just saw something that I wrote on my university's subreddit. There's often, I'm gonna guess the admission standards went down very um, went down quite a bit when I left. Yeah, I can't seem to find. I really wish I remembered this thing. There's one last thing I can check out. Um, Hang on. Do they not have the Weather Factory catalog on the site anymore? That can't be right. WFCat, there we go. Oh, offline until we sort out some technical issues. Well, there you go. Um, there was one more entry in the... I think I lost it. But this is one... So, again, this is one of the reasons why I like to split out the questions, because I am slightly curious, too, on the marketing of these games. Talati, I think you're mostly responsible for marketing efforts, and this one requires some setup. The consensus among developers is it's tough out there, and Weather Factory releases seem to have both done well in a challenging environment. I think some might point out that you both have a track record prior to what the Weather Factory games, and a publisher for the first one is causes for success, but I also think that since Book of Hours was bigger and self-published, these advantages might be overstated. Basically, even if the existing cultist audience was assured to convert, you've had to grow the audience regardless. Is this purely attributable to the Marmite style that you're now (IN) famous for? Or are there other factors you could point to that have allowed you to grow in a challenging environment? And please feel free to take an aggrandizing victory lap here. You've done something really impressive repeatedly. So Lottie's reply, thank you for the kind words. A lot of our success is just down to being weird. AK has a real talent for capturing people's attention and not doing the stuff that other people do. We've also definitely been lucky. There's always luck with this stuff. I do think there is an unhelpful fatalism in the games industry, which means people sometimes throw up their hands and say, it's tough, what's to be done, when actually there are lots of things that might be done. Weather Factory is a bit of a lonely outlier in game dev, but that can be a strength. We are entirely dependent on ourselves rather than publishers, press, third parties. This does mean we could crash and burn, but it also means that we are captains of our souls. If we don't do anything differently, nothing will change. But if we do something differently, it might. There's that great Arthur Ashe quote my mother taught me, which encourages humble self-reliance. Start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. I subscribe to this philosophy, which again, I thought was a really nice, there's one, I think a really good reason why if there were to be a lottery where we all have to draw our lives again, I would never wind up as Alexis Kennedy or Lottie Bevan. And that is precisely because if I had made one of the games that these two have made, I'd be walking into rooms screaming, look upon me! But I think this really is, this allows... I like this answer a lot because it does speak to some of the things that really do seem to be a nice spine to a lot of their marketing efforts. I have a feeling, too, that probably, depending on what independent developer you're talking about, I do actually think one thing that's important about Weather Factory is they actually show up, right? I do think they do spend money to reach out to people. I don't actually know what their breakdown in terms of, Do you do Reddit ads? Do you do, Twitter ads? Do you like I'm already sort of sucked into the ecosystem, right? So I'm probably not going to be seeing the I'm probably not going to be seeing the sort of stuff that they're putting out into the world to try and acquire a new audience. But they're clearly doing that work. But it is actually really interesting to see how much of this does still come down to the fact that they're making these singular games. And I think it's the right way to go, right? Like there really is a point where I think you can say that, the games industry may be saturated, but talent is always in short supply. Yeah, but see, this is the thing, Wanderer Down. I think this is a really difficult thing for people to follow, which is like the amount of targeting that goes into advertising now. I could believe if we were in a world of just radio and like the kind of television that might have been true for like maybe the 80s or 90s. And even then, like I think once you're getting to the 90s, there's probably already a big shift happening. But like I can believe a world in which you say, I didn't see an ad for it, so they're probably not spending a whole lot on ads. I think today, with the kind of targeting and the kind of selection that you can do for games marketing, I would have to believe that probably the advertising that they do is about as specialized as their as the design of the games themselves. There's like an old joke about marketing where say I'm wasting half. Marketing executive says I'm wasting half of my marketing budget. I just don't know which half. I would say in 2024, the fact that I don't see advertisements for something is not an indicator at all in terms of what's actually being spent in terms of online advertising. It's kind of like, this is falsely attributed to Pauline Kael, and this feels, it does feel bad that she gets assigned to it, but it's like what was it? I think it's supposed to be something like Richard Nixon, that allegedly she is supposed to have said that, I can't believe, or did I say Richard Nixon? Ronald Reagan. I can't believe Reagan run. Nobody I know voted for him. For those of you who don't know who Pauline Kael is, she's a very famous, so famous I need to explain who she is, film critic, I believe based in New York. So clearly a very, very liberal region compared to the rest of the country. Again, almost certainly she did not say this, but it's a bit of an example in terms of the traps that we can run into in terms of how things are made and sold. I actually don't know. I think there's organizations like ProPublica which do, like, they'll get a cross section of people to put a plugin on their browser so that it can sort of hoover up the types of Facebook ads that they're seeing, and of course from there presumably they're doing some kind of self-report in terms of the various demographics that they have. But I have seen like the at least pretty much all of the Meta properties in terms of their marketing tools, and you can get very, very, very narrow in terms of how you're reaching out to groups. So I imagine you just wouldn't see a lot of advertising on the subreddit, because the subreddit is the advertising, whereas trying to acquire a new audience and get people into the start of that funnel, because I think both you and I don't fall in that category, I imagine that probably it's easy to get the impression that there's less happening than there actually is. All right. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we've got 30 seconds. I'm going to invite Reverend Timothy. Speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea. He'll offer us his assistance in return for a 1 shilling donation to church funds. We do appreciate the contribution. Ooh, it's a cloudy day, so that works out well. Okay, the Shaven-Lock Tantra, also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-changing Vanras rejected. The Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once the change is truly begun, past the third mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. Whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea, still they will cling to your hair. The Tantra cautions. It provides an occult riddle that it claims can sometimes be the answer to the riddle of the Hunter's Gate. And here we are. All right, so the sun's design, a scorched slab of black corundum, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideoglyphs. In the city of Emesa, beneath the Church of the Holy Belt, in a sarcophagus of black corundum, Elagabalus lies, accursed of Janus, neither long nor mortal, neither man nor woman, neither a liar nor a speaker of truth, neither real nor imagined. On his light-suffused skin is made manifest the sun and splendor's grand design. Elagabalus is the source of one half of this text. The source of the other half is obscure, but its power is evident. It is impossible to be certain if the sun really planned for us to enter eternity. It is impossible to be sure if the Grail, the Vagabond, and the Forge stole this birthright from us, or saved us from it, but there is a great secret here. Alright, so Weaving the World still exists. I've got 17 seconds to do something with it. We do appreciate the contribution. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. So we'll chat with him about the paths of the sun. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. And I'm hoping this has allowed us to preserve the Weaving the World. Oh, what am I doing? Completely wasting time when I could be smelling plant. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So we're in pretty good shape. The biggest risk was I would have had this up at the same time that the paths of the sun emerged. And the name day riddle, is this a way to the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for the librarian. And an old moment. You've had them too, those moments when we seem to look out at the world through another's eyes. What if those moments were real? So I will probably want to consider which of these are most important. So let's say we can always get the name day riddle and the old moment back, although I am going to need memories to generate them. We've got 6, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm getting the scent already. Ugh. I think I'm going to hang on to the old moment and the name day riddle. We'll give up the earth sign and the occult scrap. It's just to save myself a bunch of trouble. Some more wrapped in the king. We'll read another impulse book. And I suppose at this point we can also read another text with a Newman. Would be We can read the serpent root again. I'm just wondering if there's some sense in me not giving up the clouds. No, because I've got the old moment and the name day riddle. We'll be fine. Right, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. On we go. We should talk to Reverend Timothy about the Shapt. I'm also mildly tempted to try and read the Shuritic Book of Suns right now, but I think I'm going to wait a little while until we're a little more secure on the rights of the roots. The sense of awareness persists, but the plant remains immobile, unsettling but harmless. I mean, if you'd like Wanderer Down, you can share. I don't know if there's many people hanging around to hear it, but... Okay, so we've got Rights of the Roots, we've got Clouds, Impulse, Weaving the World, Earth Sign, Occult Scrap, Scent. Throw a health at it. Throw Weaving and Not Working. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Improve the skill to level 7. So I'm going to need to review the newspaper. I'm going to need to get the scent back. And yeah, then... So I need like 90 seconds. Okay, so once this is done, I think I'm safe to read the Shuritic Book of Suns. David a wolf and her 2 grandchildren fled to the city of ease behind the waves. Instead of dying, the grandchildren became the sister and witch, and vice versa. Out of curiosity, how does the Southie connection line up with that? If you don't mind me asking. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. Because I guess that's Bancroft, so that's probably a different kid would be the answer to that one, I suppose. The skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. Oh, grandchildren, sorry, right. Serpent root. A massive rootstock, shiny with age, but somehow viable. Tiny spidery scratchings marked with embedded eggshell shards encode a cryptic message. Seaborn, tide-drawn, Meniscate sister, witch lover, the House of the Moon will always have its messenger, though its messenger is different each time in eye and flesh and heart. Fights, feats, posterns, loopholes set down against the advent of eternity by powers favoring imperfection and impermanence. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. The Ceaseless Tantra. The avant-garde choreographer Nicholas Caroly supposedly incorporated this tantra into his menacing ballets. The Ceaseless Tantra is devoted mostly to warnings about the lively creatures called percussagants, but concludes with a chant which can be used to summon them. It observes that percussagants can be taught any dance, but they prefer only one. That which does not cease is not ceased. Okay, so we need 7, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six. Alright, I'm clearly missing something here, so... Old moment, Nick. I don't need to speculate about this. I can consult my sheet. I think probably I was counting on the weather for some reason, but so we've got... So we've got an impulse, an earth sign, rain is not relevant, name day riddle, old moment, occult scrap. Newman, right, so I need to choose between the Hive's Lament or the Curious Hunch. The Hive's Lament is probably easier for me to get at this point, so we will give that... Hang on, I forgot the scent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Scent is 7. We don't need to give up anything valuable. Cool. But I'm going to need... I think I'm going to wait the 30 seconds just to give myself a little more space. Finally, with Reverend Timothy, we have the candle that we made him so long ago. Moth Orchid Scented Candle, a candle scented with Moth Orchid. I can offer my assistant a candle. So we'll be using this to open the final vault, the sealed vault, a heavy iron door sealed with black wax, a triple lock of unornamented iron. Nothing's history when first it happens. Okay, so scent first, then we restore the, or sorry, scent first, level up, then we restore the occult scrap. And from here, we should be comfortable. We're getting a little close to the end of summer, and I probably want to think about the next Salon, but in this case, we can read the Shuridic Book of Suns. Now, I don't have a lot of sky to work with. It may actually be purifications and exaltations. That's my best sky. Nope, glass blowing and vest. Oh, actually they're the same. Perhaps you provided sky, but not enough to match mystery sky. So we had the astrolabe. There we go. I can master this mystery. So I do want to kind of hurry it along, but I don't expect there to be a problem. Every candle has its shadow. This has improved their aspects appropriately. Now I can throw Reverend Timothy into the vault right away, but I will talk with him a little bit. Just to cue things up. I probably should be reading the books for the Shuridic Book of Suns anyway, but I do have, I guess, 49 seconds before it makes any real difference. For that, I think we're putting that into Sacra Solis Invicti, but it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to just double check that. What we're really looking forward to, though, is showtime for Rites of the Roots. Okay, so Hooray! At last I approach mastery. So, I'm going to take a quick minute here to... I realize this isn't the most exciting thing to have me update my notes, but I definitely want to make sure I'm keeping this properly up to date. So I need one more for pentiments and precursors. I need 3 for orchids and narcotics. Rites of the Roots should be at level 8, so that's off the list now. I need 6 for furs and feathers, which is Sky and Scale. 2 for Anberry and Lapidary, which is Sky and Forge. 7 for Sacrosolus and Victi, hence the use of the Shuritic Book of Suns. Okay. I'm feeling okay about that. And under my lists... Okay, so Rites of the Roots is ready. So in practical terms, Furs and Feathers is still missing for Bosk. Preservation's ready to go. Birdsong's ready to go. Horomachistry is actually the one that we're weakest on here because we still need Sacrosolus and Victi and Anberry and Lapidary. Ithistry, we're good to go. Purifications and Exaltations was the last of that list. Scolacosophy is still missing orchids and narcotics and pentiments and precursors, so it's in a similar boat to Horomachistry, except that Scolacosophy actually has its top skill. It just doesn't have the intermediate ones. And Hushery's been ready to go basically forever. Now, I haven't committed this stuff just simply because I haven't really needed the elements of the soul. I'm sure at some point I'll probably work that out. But I suppose at this point, I definitely want to get my Earth sign back. So we read Rat King last, so Durasho Quirkum. And then, again, it's not a hardship to move Sacrosolus and Victi up. It's up actually at 5 now, so it's not the easiest. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I definitely don't need 7 for that then. We need 4. That's a little harder than I was planning, but the plan is still the same. So for that, we will read 108. Anything with Lantern and Sky, and then at that point, I might even just say we move Reverend Timothy onto the vault. I guess we did just recently read Light Through the Key, or well, we'll read both. Sky and Lantern. I guess we just recently read the Flayed Tantra. Okay, Journal of Walter de Wolf for the Foresight. I actually haven't even been keeping count. I should probably do that. I also forgot the music. Oh, it's been a while since we've read any of the Storm ones. It's a delicate balance here, but I think we can manage it. I'll read the Solace texts. So I think I want to read the one that gives a Savage Hymn. Well, one, that's my Lantern and Sky anyway. Oh, Glimmering. I don't think I have any options for that. That's fine, we can read that later. But what I can do is I can get the... Oh, you know what? I should have read Colors in the Liver for the Revelation. Anyways, it's too late for that. Let's let's use the phonographs for... Oops. I don't really feel good about using phos for that. Core it is. So this will get me the cheerful ditty and then the guiling melody. Well, there's 2 music rooms now, but this is kind of... This is the second best. I guess in the case of... So there's 2 ways you can interpret this slot. You can put the interviews and such, because Callers is the superintendent, but this is also the room for Callers the dreamer, so I've always felt that the music was more appropriate to put in here. Then again, the description of this phonograph doesn't necessarily imply interview material. I don't know. I can't imagine Callers sculpting to the sounds of an interview. Anyways, the only one I'm missing is Glimmerings. So we are going to get Reverend Timothy to open the final vault. A heavy iron door is sealed with a black wax, a triple lock of unornamented iron. The skill is now level 8. Its power aspects have also increased. Moving on. Let's grab the newspaper. We're already working on the earth signs, so nothing to worry about there. Yeah, so I think at this point we just sit and wait, and then I can even look at a painting if I want some extra lantern, actually. And then from there we'll add the glimmering and see. I don't know. We'll see what's left over. If I want to, so it occurred to me that I can actually also potentially get some sky from the gull colony. I've kind of been ignoring that, but it may not be a bad idea for me to try and get a wind and waiting. I'm just trying to remember. I think it was Furs and Feathers that had the Mazarine fife for it. You know, I usually use it at the desk anyway, so I'll leave that aside for now. Oh, sorry. Actually, I think I get what you're saying now in terms of the music room. You mean the Mazarine room? The yellowing newspaper. It stated the year that Hush House was abandoned. I always wondered, so I don't know how much this is true, because like my natural tendency is to just go for a trollish answer anyway. I always felt that this room was to drive people insane at the fact that they couldn't find the phonograph. Like, obviously the phonograph in the original game was up here, very, very far into the game. And they changed it. Like, I think there were enough support emails saying, where is the phonograph, that they added one in here. But I really felt that this was the one where people were like, oh yeah, there's instruments all over the place. There's got to be a phonograph here. And then, no. But I could be completely inventing that. Dureshu Quercum. In English, the title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating, if haphazard, survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. In Persia, Taxus Baccata, the yew is called Sorkdar, which is the red tree. There they had long understood the Grail root. In later times, the great king of Pontus had beehives set in the branches of the oldest of the female trees. The berries of the Pontine yew open the door to death, but the honey of their flowers opens a different door entirely. This was not the great king's Mithridate, but one who has suckled at the great yew fears poison no longer. Perhaps they should. Nathaniel is here distracted, however, by the toxic properties of certain inks. He does mention more usefully that the minor ink of power Yew-Gall can be brewed through the rites of the roots with the assistance of the aspect nectar. 108. Eva de Wolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the great hooded princes, the Knocklong who ascended under the mother of ants, but now, so Eva claims, honor the horned axe. The great hooded princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Eva has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. So these are all reserved for once we finish reading the book. Opening the Sky, an unusual recording of Varro's Opening the Sky, composed for the coronation of King Henry IX. The record bears the suppression stamp expunge. The first movement is soft, autumnal. The second unsettling, febrile. The third is bright, soaring, rapturous. The fourth movement is glassy, slithering, a tintinnabulous icicle rattle. The fifth returns to the theme of the third, bright and rapturous once again, but this is a choral movement. It becomes apparent, though, that these are much, much too pure and high to be human voices. They recall birdsong, they recall the sweep of the windswept sky, blue turning black at the edge of the higher heaven, and they wrench the heart in a direction the Bureau does not permit. Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Cybele use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. There are storms great enough to shake the moons from the sky and one's thoughts from one's skull. The Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The parallels in mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Surprisingly mordant and even funny, no one ever explained why Galmier devoted herself to this chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. Time and again, we hear of the wood, which rises from the world's foundation. All trees reach for light. What does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. Traveling at Night, Volume 2, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Lopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. There's an extensive discussion of the comparisons between Alopoli's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elagabalus, who Alopoli regards as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Alopoli remarks, and winter does not wait forever. Elagabalus found his way to the White Door at last, thankfully. Speech can't pass the White Door, and honestly, Elagabalus never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the white. I suppose I'm thankful for that too, but here's what I do know. Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Huashan, near the grove of green immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. Lake Fusino recordings of the folk dances of the Fusine marshes, the wailing of flutes, the roaring of drums, cries like birds lost in the marshes. These are the songs the sisters sang to the witch, that the Thunderskin roared to the sky, the songs which the Dwendrazons of the Mansis with which the Dwendrazons of the Mansis keep their vigil. Once heard, they are not forgotten. Finally, the Journal of Walter de Wolf. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, the grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Halfrin. The de Wolf line might have ended here if Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with the dying Giles. Walter, though nominally siding with the parliamentarians, manages to stay out of the war, but in 1642 his son Brian runs away on the night of his 16th birthday and joins the royalist army. He is captured and returned to his father, who pleads for mercy and gives his parole for his son's good behavior. In 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes of news that Brian has been seen on the field of battle at Gear Camp, but that his fate is yet unknown. Walter writes one last entry about his fear for his son and the future of his family. There the journal ends, but the extensive account of Walter's collaboration with the architect Gregory Wheelock includes usefully esoteric information. Wits Forge and Fire Blast, Meanings Press and Screw, Coleridge on Donne's Poetry. So again, there's a little bit of catch-up for me to do. We've got 28 seconds, so I don't think it hurts for me to look at a painting. Let's look at one of the Lagasse paintings. There's... Oh, hang on. Right, I need to remember which one is the Lagasse painting, and then it'll say. Actually, I'm going to take a look at a bargain. Okay, so that's sight. And then we'll read for another lantern. And honestly, I can actually start reading some of the books right now, but I think we've got enough. I'll see what we have after we finish reading this text. Oh, the idea of the threshold? Alright, the final room. Iron Vault. Where did the Curia of the Isle come from? Across the western ocean from Noon, where the Ordo Lamea made their home. That would raise more questions than it answered, but this vault would seem to be of their making, and it would also seem to reference the oath called the Iron Chain, which binds every resident of Noon to remain hidden from the world, so that the Calyptra might not look upon us, so that the Chancel might not hear our names, so that the Hours might not devour us. So here we have the Morbid Casket, the Coppery Casket, and the Hive Casket. I'll maybe save the Morbid Casket for the last one. We have the Emeranus Spitali, so this will be good for leveling up the Lantern and Sky stuff. And a Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. So this one's a tough one because of sharps. It's not useful in the same way that Sky and the Scar is not useful. Doesn't mean I won't read them. Like I'll have a point. I'll have a point where I connect with them, but it does require some thought. Oh, excuse me. Now, I'm not opposed to inviting people over, but obviously in terms of what we need to get done, visitors aren't going to be the answer anymore. I'm also going to take a quick second here to peek at the... Okay, so just a heads up, I think I might take the time to find the last treasure of the house. So if anybody does not want to know how to do that, let me know, and I will find a... Like, I'll give a big warning. But I think I'm going to do that before I wrap up tonight. I'm already an hour over, but I am starting to sort of feel it in terms of just Just being a bit tired. So I guess I can't do these. Well, okay, here's what I'll do. I'll read the one here. I need the VAC for the other one. Enjoy your weekend, Wanderer Down. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, let's read the text. The Shiritic Book of Suns, a radically different text from any of the other versions of the Book of Suns attributed to Hagar, Queen of Shur, Mother of Wolves. Set down with reverence before the intercalate by one who understood what would come to pass. Apocryphal chapters foretell the means by which the sun and splendor in the forge might circumvent the impossibility of their joining through proxies that are in some sense themselves. For this we get the great counterfeit. The sun and splendor in the forge of days could not be joined, but sunset Celia and the Swan King could. This secret is the trick of it. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. I do like the fact that the Twiceborn gets, I believe, 2 sort of exclusive endings. I don't know if there's another one like that. In any case, as always, I'll make a note of the Newman. And 5 lantern. 5 moon. 5 nectar. So first thing we wait on is the investigation. A bargain. A serpent laps at blood that drips from a sewn-closed mouth. Signed, Nina Lagasse. So just a reminder, what I'm aiming for here is... So if I want, I could just take Anbury and Lapidary and push that to the top. But I want to hang on to that because that's the last forge that I have. So the idea here is I want to hang on to as many... kind of as many opportunities to level up memories as I can. And again, this isn't going to be hard. We've got a few other ones. So the green jasper tablet, that one gives us nectar and moth, so we can use this one with orchids and narcotics. 1,000 threads, again, the moon and grail. We don't have any moon, but whatever's left over for orchids and narcotics has covered that, and we still have pentiments and precursors. Memory of Gods has Ragged Crossroads, which we're still trying to get rid of. Each flame is fuel, so if I have anything left over for Sacrosolus and Victi, or Anbury and Lapidary, those work. Otherwise, we're going to need 6 for Furs and Feathers, so another opportunity there. Secret Colors, again, for the same reason as the Sun of His Course, is not as interesting. Endracon Triangularis. Now, once upon a time, we needed to level up Serpents and Venoms, but the only thing that Serpents and Venoms really gets us right now is Furs and Feathers. But again, Furs and Feathers need 6 memories, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. Book of True Blood, so that would be a good one for Anbury and Lapidary because of the Forge, although again, probably the Newman text would be more important there. Descent of the Shell has Sky, I believe. So again, Furs and Feathers, Anbury and Lapidary, and Sacrosolus and Victi can use that. History of Inks is one I don't think we can make. No, sorry, I'm wrong, because we need Scale. Scale for Furs and Feathers and for Pentiments and Precursors. Eyes of Karth's History of the Shadowless King. So right now we've got Sand Stories, but I imagine, we don't have any place for this in the Tree of Wisdoms right now. So that's a pretty easy one for me to use to level up. Book of the Extinguished Heart, I think, is an example of something that we can't do much with because we don't have any use for the heart or winter at the moment. Messenger awaiting her destination, again, door and wall. If we had any forge I needed to work with, that'll help out. We don't have any use for the knock at the moment. 5 creations, so that one I think is Grail and Moth, so the Moth we don't need anymore. Grail, theoretically, we can use with pentiments and precursors, but obviously by the time we get here, we'll have already leveled that up. And finally, the Songs of the Carapace Cross, Knock, and Moth. Neither of those are something we really need right now. Although, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to use them, right? It's just I want to... Good Lord, I forgot how many books I've got left. It's just I want to have my stuff committed to the Tree of Wisdoms before I start really hammering down these books and trying to level up extra things. Book of the White Cat, definitely Sky and Lantern are probably the most valuable right now. So I believe... Hang on. Sacralamea, I think, is Moth. But it's Sky, right. More Lantern and Sky. Disciplines of the Scar has Lantern. Wolf Stories is Moon and Scale, yeah. So not very well. Scale for pentiments and precursors. Sea Stories is Grail and Moon. So the Forge that helps here. Again, Forge helps and Lantern. But it's very clear that our lessons far exceed what we need. But let's focus on the task at hand. Right now, it's to level up Sacrosolus and Victi. And what I might do after the Newman are accounted for, what I might start doing is I might prioritize the one that has the highest number of... Actually, the funny thing is the better strategy would be to focus on the high ones so that Numa can help me out with stuff like Furs and Feathers. So I should actually probably think about finishing off... probably pentiments and precursors, orchids and narcotics, Anbury and lapidary, Sacrosolus and Victi, and then Furs and Feathers. That'll probably be the order. All right. I don't need to talk about it, though. Let's get it done. So... I also find it kind of interesting. The one that gives you the counterfeit is the one that gives you the higher level of Sacrosolus and Victi, but I won't inquire too far on that one. So, Confounding Parable, Memory, Foresight. Trying to think of all the things I can get back with books. And we'll apply my Faust. So we're going to need 6 next. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we actually get the 6 through Glimmerings, so I don't need to do anything. Cool. I think that means, first of all, I'm going to move this. Oh god, I'm going to need a different system. That'll do. But I'll definitely read this one. Amaranthus spiteli, a fragment of iron alloy meteorite, carefully inscribed and polished. So the aim here, I don't know if I'm going to be able to read all of this in time. This is more setting myself up for Monday's stream. Excuse me. But what I do want to try and do is get that last... that last Newman. And I'm going to read it with a square. All right, Forge the Kindled Flame. I can master this mystery. Enough Forge to match Mystery Forge. So 30 seconds. How much longer for the Glimmering? 30 seconds. Nice. So Anbury and Lapidary will require some effort too, but I'm going to I don't know. I've been spending a lot of effort on these skills lately. Well, then again, there's a reason for that. All right, we read this somewhat recently, so I think I will do without for today. One more level of Sakra. All right, when I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. So that's up to 7. Now again, keep in mind we want to get this to 9, so we've not yet finished the journey on it, but we're kind of at the point here where acquiring the memories isn't as hard as the actual leveling. Okay. So I want to keep one element of the soul for the for this phonograph, which I will be reading in 16 seconds. But with Anbury and Lapidary, I'm going to want at least... Sorry. Keep clicking on the wrong one. Forge and Sky. So that I'm going to... that one doesn't help. We'll go for the classics. I can't do that one because I'm using up my Fusine. That's Fusine, right? Yeah. So again, I want to be thoughtful about this. It's Forge and Sky, not Lantern and Sky. I think we're on imperfections now. Oh, this will work. I think I'm onto the scar on this guy. Another Fusine text. Kiana Davidos then. And Collar's Desk. I think I might have... Nope, the moth helps me. I thought I was already bringing a foresight in, but I think I'm starting to lose it. Okay, so obviously we don't have as many desks as... Oh, hang on. That's one I forgot. So, oops. The Solace and Storm... I'm going to have to wait on, but we can do the Unhatched Hymns at least. And then the usual suspects, the site, etc., but not as critical. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I don't think I can keep that fear if it comes up. Colors in the lip. Oh, yeah, man, we're not... Oh, yes, sorry, now I remember what I was doing. Okay, so I'm going to take the vac back. I'm quite short on time, sadly, but... Okay, so I'm holding these back for a reason. I also think I was premature on reading these books because I don't know if I'm going to... There is no possible way this is going to be done in time. The skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. So I figure we can move this one up a little bit. Alright. 3 to 4... 5... I mean, eventually this is going to be at level 9, so why don't we just put it there? I mean, I might as well read this stuff, but yeah, this is definitely not gonna come into play. The Morphe Codex, a priestess of the Sisterhood of the Knot, claims to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth. The writer credits the Red Grail, the Ring Yew, and the Horned Axe, the powers the Sisterhood reveres, with agreeing a final treaty between the Hours of the House and the Hours they displaced. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him as restitution for the slaying of the Horned Axe's sisters and brothers. The Thunderskin entered the Mansus through the Peacock Door, a privilege never given to the Witch and Sister, but then their merit was much less. The writer admits that entry through the Peacock Door is unseemly, but insists that under the circumstances there was no other way. Unhatched hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Meniscate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The hymn of the phases celebrates the Meniscate from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The hymn of reflections more puzzlingly celebrates the Meniscate as the sister of Janus, the mother of shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness reveals all truths. On imperfections, Pomander, Lightsmith, and Lantern Long describes how the process of transinhabitation, which he calls a manifestation... describes the process of transinhabitation, which he calls a manifestation of imperfection. Lantern Long lack bodies, and so cannot normally leave the Mansus, but they can steady glint in the physical world by establishing a road of glass. Pomander notes with disgust that the Order of Long called the Obliviates refer to it as scrining, which he considers a debased term. Pomander explains the benefits of transinhabitation, that a Lantern Long can affect the senses and thoughts of those nearby, that they can even enter their spirits, and that they can employ the senses of those inhabited to experience again the scent of blossom and season. This seems to be what interests him most. He insists that a Lantern Long should only ever inhabit a mirror of silver, not silvered glass, but he declines to explain why. Snare of the Tree collected proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Once in the wood we call a visit, twice in the wood we call a journey, thrice we call coming home. Every timber has its knots, the straight and crooked both. Every weave is more absence than thread. You can't keep nowhere out any more than you can keep somewhere in. When the cuckoo learns the nightingale's song, our sleep is sweeter than honey. Kionad Abydos, a play dealing with a 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver, in English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. The entity called Kion arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates are barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return but do not speak. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty, but in the ninth year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Kion demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Kion out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. The War of the Roads, 1451 to 1551. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail. From its beginnings as a martial philosophical dispute between the dawn and sunset roads of alchemy to a war which ravaged half of Europe. It is not now widely believed that the sons and daughters of the Red Rose were forged into immortals. Understandably, they are, after all, now all long dead. The forge itself devoured the greatest among them. The royalty of England, according to Willisford, became the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. At last, the Bronze King undergoes his great misfortune and great debasement, and is afterwards known as the Copper King. His attempt to cheat the Forge ends badly. The Leashed Flame is released, and the king's heirs are merely mortal sovereigns. We've read Perugian Diaries a few times, so I'm going to leave that one aside. I should have done that with Unhatched Hints as well. These I want to hang on to. Oh, you know what? I might be too pessimistic. We may actually... No, what am I saying? 18 seconds with that much time left? No. All right, I might as well keep one of these. This is the one that's going to get replaced by the text. Savage him. All right, here we go. So, we are going to start piecing out, piece by piece, the last location of the treasure of the house. So first of all, Colors in the Liver. Ilse Bischoff's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. A gang of heretic priests agrees to strike the fear of the change into the infuriatingly atheist citizenry. At night, they dress as four-winged angels and crawl down chimneys and through windows to savage members of their congregation. The priests are caught by unidentified figures wearing heavily mandibled masks like grotesque caricatures of ants. They are force-fed larvae. A final caption indicates that at dawn, the larva will hatch. So this one's a little bit of a harder one to work with, but like this was one of the first things I paid attention to. Is like, okay, we're talking about four wings. Clearly, Carapace reference. We should pay more attention to these sorts of things. In fact, I'll just say there's the name of the shrine, altar to Saint Tentretto. Saint Tentretto of the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged, for the Schimifectra kind, the Gladerflog kind, the Threadage kind, for the kind within. And the other thing that I tend to not to pay enough attention to are the lessons that you get from certain texts, because that really does make the difference in some cases. So, and then, sorry, there's also the description of the room itself. Oops, not the altar. Shrine to Saint Tentretto, the Carapace cross, the hybrid race who in their many kinds were winged, legged, eyed, bright, dark, scaled, feathered, chitinous, and us. The cross are gone, the cross are always history, but to their children, their enemies, they leave this hushed legacy. So, a tower rises. The phonograph is packed in a glossy card, the bright pink of a dog rose. The words "a tower rises" in 9 languages on both sides. With the words "a tower rises" in 9 languages on both sides. There is no other identifying information at all. A recording of uncertain origin, inexplicably compelling poetry recorded by a speaker with a high, sweet voice that scales up beyond human hearing, in the language called Vac, which probably isn't spoken by more than a few dozen living scholars. The poem speaks of the wheel that turns, the coil that turns, the tide that returns, the egg that returns. It speaks of a cloven sky, an opened heart, a dream of glittering eyes. Speaks lastly of its own conclusion, when it might be spoken in dreams before the deep door by a messenger of histories. And this one gives preliminary meter. And then the other phonograph, A Tower Falls. The phonograph is packaged in a glossy amethyst purple card with the words "A Tower Falls" in 9 languages on both sides. There is no other identifying information at all. A recording of uncertain origin, inexplicably compelling poetry recorded by a speaker with a rasping, rumbling, impossibly deep voice in the language called Vac, which probably isn't spoken by more than a few dozen living scholars. The poem speaks of a four-winged war, a four-mouthed king, a four-rayed sun, a four-cornered stone. It speaks of a tide-wash hunger of the heart. It speaks lastly of its own conclusion, when it might be spoken in dreams before the deep door by a messenger of histories. So it's a tough one, but the big trick on this is when you say Saint Tentretto of the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged for the Schimifectra kind, the Gladerflog kind, the Threadage kind, the kind within. You kind of take the Carapace Cross connection. This is kind of the last chance to get off the bus before I show you how to get this thing. So I'll actually try, because I can't remember if Rhyme and Remembrance actually does this, but that is Colors of the or Resurgences and Emergences, rather. I can't remember if this one does the trick. So we'll add a tryst. And then the next trick, I believe it is the paper. I can't remember if you need to do like real paper or if the anthropoderm works. Okay, so it seems like you do need to do preliminal meter. All right, I'm really losing it then. Oh, hang on, I think I need an ink as well. There we go. And yes, it is Resurgences and Emergences. So, elucidate enlightenment from an earlier era. If I know what I'm doing, or perhaps acknowledge that I have no idea what I'm doing, I could curl up in the cold beneath the silent statue's shadow and see what surfaces in sleep. So I'll be honest, I don't really know if I have a better plan for doing that. I'm going to actually try one more time just to see if... Oh, you really actually just need an ink for that. Interesting. Okay, so we'll use that here. And I'll read these one more time to see if, now that we know the solution, it makes any more sense. But Colors in the Liver, Elsie Bischoff's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. A gang of heretics priests agreed to strike the fear of the change into the infuriatingly atheist citizenry. At night they dress as four-winged angels and crawl down chimneys and through windows to savage members of their congregation. The priests are caught by unidentified figures wearing heavily mandibled masks like grotesque caricatures of ants. They're force-fed larvae. A final caption indicates that at dawn the larva will hatch. So if this can be considered a clue, and honestly the only reason why I say it could be a clue is I did ultimately try Resurgences and Emergences because of the Carapace reference here. I might have just gotten lucky on that one. The other two, though, are a little more clear. Again, well, I guess we already did the Deep Door reference here, but A Tower Falls, the phonograph is packed in glossy amethyst purple card with the words A Tower Falls in 9 languages on both sides. There is no other identifying information at all. It gives preliminal meter. A recording of uncertain origin, inexplicably compelling poetry recorded by a speaker with a rasping, rumbling, impossibly deep voice in the language called Vac, which probably isn't spoken by more than a few dozen living scholars. The poem speaks of a four-winged war, a four-mouthed king, a four-rayed sun, a four-cornered stone. It speaks of a tide-washed hunger of the heart. It speaks lastly of its own conclusion, when it might be spoken in dreams before the deep door by a messenger of histories. And then finally, A Tower Rises. The phonograph is packed in glossy card, the bright pink of a dog rose with the words A Tower Rises in 9 languages on both sides. There's no other identifying information at all. A recording of uncertain origin, inexplicably compelling poetry recorded by a speaker with a high, sweet voice that scales up beyond human hearing in the language called Vac, which probably isn't spoken by more than a few dozen living scholars. The poem speaks of the wheel that turns, the coil that turns, the tide that returns, the egg that returns. It speaks of a cloven sky, an opened heart, a dream of glittering eyes. Speaks lastly of its own conclusion when it might be spoken in dreams before the deep door by a messenger of histories. So I'll be honest with you, I'm not really sure where the ink comes from other than when I tried this once upon a time, I saw a room for blank, and I'm like, well, if you put paper, you put ink, and then it's like, oh, that's interesting. Something comes out of that. So there you go. We should have all the other ones. So the oubliette containment, I think we already got. Yeah. And then I think this is the one with the division. And this one we got the rootstock from. And while we're at it, I don't normally like showing this one, but I do want another book for the collection, so... The Journal of Sir David Green, a confidential journal kept by Green, former Nocturnal Branch Superintendent. By 1903, librarian of the house, Green has kept his journal in Hyksos, presumably as an extra measure of privacy. Doesn't actually get me anything that I want out of it, but I have it. Doesn't have a Newman, by the way. That's just a secret book. Okay. Now, while we're at it, I think it makes sense for us to try and work out the Anbarian Lapidary. We still have a minute, right? So we'll do what I did before. I'll save the... Yeah, I'll save the... everything but the Savage Hymn for the phonographs. We're keeping the Confounding Parable. The lack of Fusine is really starting to get me. All right, Lady Ava's Repose it is. Okay. I'm going to double check that it's Savage Hymns that I kept. It is. So I believe that means I can get the Solace and the Storm now. I was scared for a minute it was going to be Fusine. Okay, so we've got 1 minute. We'll finish the book before, obviously, or the book with the Newman before, but that's not the end of the world. Oh, there is one other thing I can do. I think this will take a minute, but I'll live. What's some furniture I want to look at? You know what? Let's look at the librarian's armchair. Oh, it's 30 seconds. Okay, cool. Okay. Amaranus Spitelli, a fragment of iron alloy meteorite carefully inscribed and polished. This object houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Who gave us fire? Who gave us steel? What is the sound of dusk? Of what alloy is wind forged? Esoteric secrets of metallurgy and resonance are revealed, including directions towards the creation of a terrible bell. So bells and braziers, this is what we wanted for all this sky stuff. And Newman, bells of Yees. Yees by her arts found the strike tone that shakes the hours. For this reason, among many, the hours discourage traffic with Yees, but a bell cast with this secret could speak the Yees note. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the prodigal and the revolutionary can win a particular victory. So... 5 edge. 5 forge. Rows. Okay, I'm not sure I'm advanced enough to be able to say, you know, gung-ho, let's get working on the next text. So these two I'm going to keep on ice because they don't give me lessons that I need right now. This means that we're going to shift our attention back to the collection of books that we have up here. Obviously that'll be in autumn after the Salon and such. Excuse me. So yeah, let's wait it out. We'll collect the final text. I still need to open these containers, and I do have a package upstairs, but again, we... Oh, heaven's sake, I forgot to do the phonographs. We should be fine for the first run, though, so... I'm slightly mad that I didn't have all this ready to go at the same time, but... But again, my expectation here for Anbury and Lapdary, it's 2, and we're going from 6 to 8. The librarian's armchair, a sea-colored, star-ornamented armchair. According to consistent tradition, this is the most comfortable chair in the entire house. So, nice little easy touch to work with. We'll wait and leave the consider verb open. And yeah, what I'll probably do is I'll level up the Anbury and Lapidary at least once. I'll move the stuff that I want so that we can be in position for the next level of that. And then I'll call it because I'm now getting close to 2 hours. Okay, we read Glimmerings. Again, I'm sorry to... Also, why did I do Glimmerings? Because that's a lantern, not a forge. The Locksmith's Dream Trespasses, the 3rd volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. In this volume, notoriously, Galmier's prose begins to disintegrate, and it's not clear which dreams are in fact her own. The woman in the sand-colored robe has told me, the stairways of the mantis go ever up, death is down. The mother of ants guards both directions with each of her heads, and so the passage must always be through a wound. I think the white door might be a wound. That's one reason the dead sometimes pass it. I think I have the other half of the secret now, and I hope my reader can put both halves together. So I'm going to change this around a little bit. I'm going to put just verse down here, and I'm going to put Locksmith's Dream 3. Oh, no! Vincent's Minglings, the metallurgist and skysmith Everett Vincent speaks of the sacred alloys, the alloys eternal, the alloys sufficient, the alloys intendant. Everett describes the voices and powers of mortals and immortals based on their composition by analogy to the sound and strengths of bells based on the metals of their casting. Vincent warns that the mingling of metals of too great a nobility can produce the alloys incestuous. He suggests very cautiously that the means used by the sovereigns of the leashed flame to produce their heirs may have analogous issues, for though the crime of the sky might be circumvented, yet the law remaineth the law, in spirit as in letter. Lady Ava's Repose, a meditation on the drowning of Lady Ava de Wolf and her 2 grandchildren, written in the years when the estate was abandoned by Father Theo, once the de Wolf family chaplain, one of the few to remain on the isle in those desolate years. There are so many stories of her heritage, so many rumors of her persistence. We might easily choose to believe that the grand twins escaped, even that they live yet beyond the sea. Father Theo came to believe that Ava sought an escape from a family curse, the pale heritage of Haffren, her forebear, or the curse placed upon the line by the cunning man Red William in the time of Hendrik de Wolf. He had begun by believing neither curse was real, but as the book concludes, he decides that he is determined to believe in them rather than accept the 3 deaths as a futile tragedy. One does not so easily escape the long necessity of faith, he concludes. The world does not bark. Alexander Probst writes warily of Calyptra, a law, principle, or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. Calyptra, like the plant that occludes the star or the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Calyptra is said to make exceptions specifically for the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. Does it make those exceptions so the hours can make use of them? So I really did a crummy job with the memories here, but the Orchid Transfiguration's Noon. The 3rd volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. A long dialogue between the Mountain Mother and the Vigilant Storm describes the ways in which both mountains and storms end, and the protections they use against those ends. But we must use the knife, said the lion-throned one, the noose, the flame, the waking word against those who have passed the 3-valve door, and so none may pass. That is our law and the law of the sun. And last but not least, I recall how in sleep I heard the changelings carven churrings. I recall how in sleep I curled my fingers into the forms I found. I recall how in sleep I scratched the signs of secrets spoken to my other self. Here I hold them in my hands. The writing on the wall, the most delicious traditions of the Carapace Cross as recorded on the walls of the Mansus and transcribed into a book of 99 pages by one known only as C.C. Although this book does not exist, it is read to a sleeper under certain very specific circumstances and certain fragments jotted down on waking. This quote-unquote book houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. So I think you can actually put this on a desktop, but if you hold it like this, you can put it vertically. I don't think we have... Well, we technically have space over here. All right. I'll work with it. But I believe that is the last of the Newman texts. So this one is spices and savors. So this does actually give us forge and nectar, which in theory could be used for my some of my improvements. So orchids and narcotics could benefit from it. Technically Anberry and Lapidary as well, although I expect we'll have that leveled up. Yeah, we just need 2 for that one, so that one we should consider done. Let's get ourselves set up for the last couple of levels on these. So, where'd you go? Right here. Let's try that again. All right, metal. Let's save the touch, actually. Let's go for the stuff that I can get through reading and the like. So, Confounding Parable, Savage Hymn. Foresight, regret, storm, and solace. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Okay, so anticipating the need, we've got 6 for the skill. We'll go 1 higher for the 7. So we've got 2 of what we need already, and then we've got the two songs on their way. So that's a total of 4. Did I read anything? No. Okay. So from the 4, we just need 3 more. One. Yeah, that doesn't work. Two. Three. Damn it. Fusing everywhere. Foresight it is. Okay, Bancroft Diaries, not a bad one. And I guess if it really comes down to it, I can probably throw some of these inside of it. Okay. So, I'm trying to think of what I want to write for my to-do list. So finish. I think I'll just erase Anbury and Lapdairy off of my list because it's basically done. It's just a question in terms of the memories that I want. I'll put a mark beside it. So it's really, for Hormacistry, it's just Sacrosolus and Victi that I still need to put the points in, and even then it's only 2. Now, there is an argument to read Writing on the Wall. That's only going to give me 2 for Orchids and Narcotics, though. This is actually a really tricky one because it's sort of early enough in the day that... Oh, God, with... Really? Okay. I wasn't originally going to do this, but if we're still not in the afternoon, sorry, I'm still trying to get used to the fact that my tablet sort of auto-corrects my handwriting, which is atrocious. So level... I guess actually I should probably queue up the readings for that as well then. So I'll do that before I finish for tonight. Okay, so Anbury and Lapdairy, Orchids and Narcotics. I don't have a use for Ragged Crossroads yet, so we're still going to hang on to that. If we get a Numa, we'll live with it. I think at that point we prepare the next Salon. It's also possible that so I don't know how many people, I have gotten this before, but I only ever got this in the beta. So I don't actually know how many, sorry, I mean by further stories. Like obviously this event precedes the beta, but the House of Light beta. But I can't remember if we've seen the full complement of visitors or not. If we have, it may not be a bad idea for me to do the Avenue of Inquiry to queue up another event ahead of time. We'll see. I can see arguments both way on that one. But yeah, preparing the Salon is unambiguous. And then from there, I think probably I'll prioritize the lessons, and then I do still need to get these containers open, but I actually think that'll possibly take care of itself over time. So I wasn't planning on going any further, but given that I'm going to be improving... so Fane Abyssal, I got that by completing further stories. I can't recall, there's an intermediate... there's an intermediate item that you get. I think it's called an Inkling, but I don't recall exactly. So essentially, when you complete certain further stories, you get a thing called an Inkling, not a Stimfling, an Inkling, as in a thought, basically. And if you combine two of those, so this would mean that at minimum you need to do for... do you have the House of Light expansion? Probably the way you'd be able to tell that would be if you have these little bells. Again, okay. So when you complete the different incidents, you'll encounter... Now, I don't have any fresh ones that aren't resolved, but basically, once you have the full complement of visitors, doesn't mean that you've satisfied all of their requests, but that basically you've had the visitors and the event is resolved. The constellations in the Tree of Wisdom will light up. So again, the drawback here is I don't have any sort of fresh examples for you, but in this case, each of these stories I've completed, and for some, depending on how you resolve them, you will get an item called an Inkling. And if you get two Inklings, you can combine them to an Avenue of Inquiry. The specific text of the Avenue of Inquiry is a recourse that a wise librarian might employ only as a versatile memory. There is an alternative, to which they add the square-bracketed Great Ink of Power, Handy Soul element, Incaution, Readiness, Blank Writing Medium, Inquiry via this avenue. Wise, absence is a true skill. So, the translation of this is basically, if you want to bring another incident into the game, you can do this. In fact, it gives you a warning on the consequences of that. I might as well show you. So if we go to the Westcott desk, I think if I take Metal, Orpiment Exultant... the Avenue of Inquiry and paper. Oh, God, I never remember where I put my papers. Meddle. It is not the librarian's business to meddle in the world beyond Hush House, but sometimes the librarian gets curious. Sometimes the librarian misuses their prerogatives because they grow restless. This will precipitate an incident, if any yet remain undrawn. If there's already an incident, visitors might not initially interact with the one you intend. Instigate informedly, ye's incipient. So basically what this does, this is roughly equivalent to how they changed Porphyrin in after the initial launch. So with Porphyrin now, if you add 20 Nock, Rose, or Moon on the condition that you don't have Edge, Heart, or Winter, you can bring... I know the text says that it's not guaranteed, but basically at the end of the season, you're going to get Numa. And I'm sure there are other reasons for this, but basically this is to satisfy the common complaint that, okay, look, I'm ready to finish the game, but Numa is randomly determined. Do I really need to press fast forward and wait forever for this thing? To which... the answer is no, not really. If you want to summon it, use your Porphyrin and make sure you have enough Spintria to do it. So you can sort of see how in a game like this, I've just finished opening up the rest of the house. If I want, I could make a determination. I'm the magnate, so I sort of have the ones that I'd be most interested in doing anyway. But the one thing that I maybe don't have yet is the Lighthouse Institute. Mine looks a little bit different because this is a save that I started during the beta. There are more potential members of the Lighthouse Institute, but for all intents and purposes, this is going to be kind of what I want to do some late game stuff with. But it may be the case that I don't have the individuals that I was interested in working with the Lighthouse Institute. Maybe I didn't understand how the mechanics worked. Maybe I changed my mind. Maybe I, tore through the house really quick and didn't have the right events come up. So with that in mind, rather than sort of cranking through every season, hoping I'm going to get the right conditions, I kind of feel like the avenue of inquiry was added to say, okay, well, obviously, you've done some further stories. You got some people that you want to bring in, but maybe that one person you're really looking for isn't ready yet. So here's a way you can force an incident, kind of get things moving along. And long story short, basically it's a way of kind of pushing the game further. But it does tell you there's consequences for doing that. It's not intended. And obviously if I have two of these things sitting on here, it may actually cause it may cause a delay to me getting to the further story for something like the Affair of the Unfinished Lark. I don't know if there's a rule that determines where someone goes, but that's the long answer for what the avenue of inquiry is. It's something that you'd need to complete. If you don't know what further stories are, you need to at least complete 2 of them at minimum. But don't be surprised if don't be surprised if you don't get an inkling as part of a further story. That I've only ever gotten 2 in total in all the time I've played the game. Yeah, no worries. I'm happy to clarify because it is something new and something specific for House of Light. Anyways, sorry, I was actually getting ready to wrap up, so I'm sorry you kind of caught me at a bad time here, but I'm going to get what I need for orchids and narcotics. Which admittedly is not much because most of my orchids and narcotic stuff is already spoken for. So at the Pale Desk, we're already getting a beguiling melody. We are... The satisfaction. I can't remember where I was in the... I actually I think we were on to the Gemini. Oh wait, hang on. No, we read the Barry book, so we were doing Red Book of Brittany next. Okay. The metal... Again, it's Grail and Nectar, so my options here are limited. I can't recall if we were on Matthias and Amethyst Indigo or Humors of a Gentleman, but we don't get to read this often, so I'll read that one. Don't have much use for the Fear. We've already got the Earth Sign. Storms don't help us. Scale doesn't help us. But Impulse does. And we were on to the Beekeeper. I like the Beekeeper's Ends. All right, so that gives me the fighting chance when we're ready to level up orchids and narcotics. When I can, I should also get the set. Actually, let me make a note of that too. How often do I stream? I stream normally every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I try to start at 7 Eastern time, but honestly, it has been closer to 8 or later, and that's just because I have a job with a little bit more of a commute than I was used to. Oh, sorry, you said something earlier too. But yeah, in terms of how often I stream, normally it's every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The exception would be if there's a Canadian holiday. I'm based in Canada. So Canadian federal holiday, New Year's, something like that. And then every third Wednesday, thank you very much for the follow. Every third Wednesday of the month, so that's going to be this coming Wednesday, there's a local game dev meetup. I believe that's canceled this month, but I'm taking the day off anyway, just there may be an informal gathering that happens anyway. But yeah, generally Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I've basically been mainlining, so I did Book of Hours almost constantly during its beta and its full release. I sort of folded back some more stuff into the game, into some other games. And then for the House of Light beta and release, it's been constant on that. Once I get this victory done, and obviously we're getting close, I'll start folding in a few more games into the rotation. But I do also have a YouTube channel, so if you want to see sort of a start-to-finish run of the House of Light playthrough, they're about 30-minute long videos. I upload those every Monday. Sorry, I upload them in batches, but those go live every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So quite a bit of Book of Hours. But your earlier question, or your earlier comment, I think you have the DLC as I got the game in its first week, but you haven't actually started a game with it yet. I do forget it will change things. Yeah, so I'll also mention this too. So if you're like me, you may have already had a couple of saves that weren't completed by the time that the DLC was released. So if you do start... you can start a new game, that's fine. I will say that if you have an existing save, you will still, or you should still have access to everything that the DLC gives you. And I will mention that depending on the type of player that you are, some people want to start with a clean slate. That's fine. I totally get that impulse. But some people actually want to get to the DLC content right away. And I will mention that to invite people for a Salon, you need the writing case, and you actually need to have some people give them your card. But Salons actually involve some elements of the soul. You actually need to have a room available to host it. You need to be able to make food, so you need to unlock the kitchen. So I should just mention a lot of the cool stuff that you get to do as part of the DLC. Actually, it's helpful if you have some progress in the game already. Again, the developers already decided, they're going to make it compatible with old saves, so you're not necessarily losing anything. I just figured I'd share that tip to you, because I notice on the subreddit people tend to ask, can I play this? Do I have to start a new save? And it's not necessary, but some people's preferences may lead them to want to do that. Okay. Sorry, I did have one other note I wanted to leave myself. But on that note, I'm going to save all of this for Monday. Yeah, so if you're at that point, probably just ending it and moving on. The only thing, if you're basically at the end of the game, the only drawback you're really going to run into is you're going to have to rebuild your contacts. Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I'm running a little bit later than I normally would, but yeah, I'd be very happy to have you stop by. If you do find you run into problems in the game, or if you have any questions, and you want to reach out, on my YouTube channel, it's the same name, System Chalk, so I don't get bugged if people ask me questions about the game, on one of my videos. I'm small enough that I usually get to see most of the stuff people ask, and I'm happy to answer them sort of outside of hours. I mean, basically, if I can't answer it, I'm not going to be looking at the emails, so that's easy for me. But yeah, I hope you have fun with House of Light when you get to it. And I hope I get a chance to catch up with you, if nothing else, so you can let me know how your experience with it is going. But for all of you who are still here, thank you very much for watching. I need to get some sleep because I am 2.5 hours past what I normally would do, but we got a lot done. A big stack of Newman, and all of the big secrets are out of the way so I don't ruin things for Oswin Meow when the time comes. But let's finish off by seeing what our options are for hosting. Sorry, just give me a second here while I bring up the list. So, alas, I do not have another Book of Hours stream. And looks like nobody's doing Cultist Simulator. So I think we are going to host... it's a streamer who I quite like. Actually, I can do the shout out for that. Oswin Meow was a broadcaster who originally found me through my Cultist Simulator content on YouTube. And I didn't realize it at the time, but wrote me a very, very nice comment. And only later did I realize that the different name was connected to this broadcaster. But she has been doing her first run through Book of Hours on her channel. Very, very enjoyable broadcaster. Also, just a very sharp individual. Has some really interesting opinions. Sometimes a little quiet about them during stream, but if you ever get a chance to talk with her, especially on a topic that she's knowledgeable, you will definitely get some really interesting insights. But I think she just does this game very well, very meticulous in terms of how she approaches it, and really spends some time engaging with the ideas, which I personally find really interesting. But yeah, because she is on her first run, I've been a little conscious about not wanting to show some of the big, how to find a treasure of the house and things like that. So I got a chance to just get a few of the big things that I hadn't, I was kind of saving for a moment. Got those out of the way. So anyways, I'm going to raid Wilshand tonight. Wilshand is completely different from me. He's good at what he does. He does this for a living. Will basically, I used to know him as W Shand, but basically he has this really fun, almost kind of Mystery Science Theater 3000-ish kind of stream. He's changed a little bit from that format, but he's definitely got a number of different sort of overlays and hand-drawn interruptions, let's say, to the stream. And he tends to play, I don't want to call it like that, the bottom percentile of Steam, but he will find some of the strangest indie games, just really janky or strange or curious, usually horror games, but not exclusively. It's really interesting, some of the stuff that he finds, and he is somebody who I personally knew back in Vancouver. So I don't know if he's the best, but he's the best available. So I'm going to leave you all in his capable hands. I hope you all have a good evening, or at least for one of you, it sounds like a good morning. And I will see, hopefully, most of you on Monday. Until then, take care. Have a lovely weekend.